the guy right there, buddy.
Yeah.
That guy is electric with the ball in his hands.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do you think though he's too comparable though to CD Lamb in his style of play?
Well, I hear that. I hear that all the time, right?
For the Texans.
Oh, yeah,
And
always feels like home coming back.
Sorry, guys.
but I'm going to tell you something.
Houston, it's our time
You
now.
cannot have
With
enough
the 34th
playmakers.
pick in the 2025 NFL Draft.
You just can't.
The Houston Texans select Jaden Higgins,
Oh.
wide receiver, Iowa State.
Interesting.
Good player.
Very.
He was one of the guys that the Cowboys were actually potentially looking at 44. But wow,
Why?
You know
why
what?
is
I think if the Cowboys want to go that big possession receiver, that big physical receiver, that then I would put on the opposite side of CD. There's a couple other guys. There's a kid at TCU named Beck.
yeah, Jeff Beck.
Yeah.
That I think
class.
is every bit as good. And the thing about McMillan, he didn't run very good. He's going to have a hard time getting away from longer press corners when he gets up to the National Football League.
Yeah.
So I would not, cry about that one because
Sorry, guys. There's been a trade. Seahawks are now on the clock. So we're pure giving you like live action here.
That's all right, fellas.
We'll find out. We'll find out what that trade is, so everyone at home can know the information on that trade now.
That's interesting, though. That Burden is dropping because is it that obviously his QB last year was a backup QB for half the season,
and he was only playing basically 2 routes. But if you watch his actually, they had to share training footage of Clifford Burden and just to show his skill set. And why is he falling down so much? And again, like you just kind of said there, Lauren, he was playing with a backup quarterback who, no offense to the kid, but it didn't really help him at all. It didn't help the Missouri offense really at one ounce. So.
Do you think the Seahawks have traded for Sanders here?
Oh,
I don't know. And the reason I don't know is I don't know if he's a scheme fit for that offense.
Agree, but why else would they trade up?
Well, if you bring in,
here's what happens, fellas. As you stack your board and you look at who you feel like is a guy you really want to get, right? And this is where it gets tough on the GMs and the guys that are making the picks, is because you may say, let's use Burden as an example, just to use a name. You got him rated at a certain spot, and then there's a run at other positions, or there's all the things, there's trades that change the way the dynamics of the board look and all of it, and then you start to panic buy. You know what I'm saying? Where you say, oh, we got to go up and get an offensive lineman here or there won't be any left. And so you pass over a guy that you have rated higher. And the teams that don't do that are the teams that usually have the best drafts. Because if you've done months and months and months of work on a guy, then stick with your convictions and stay with that guy.
Could this not be Mike Green? I know Paul mentioned him earlier, but Seattle are renowned for having a tough defense, don't they? And someone like that is slipping and we don't know why. Everyone's going to go big first round.
I think the reason, if you ask about a guy like Mike Green has had some bumps in the road off the field. And, you want to make sure if you're going to get a first-round guy that you get as clean a prospect as possible. Now, Seattle, if you know their history, is they have taken some questionable guys, right? And they can, Marshawn Lynch, I can name a whole bunch of them, right? But they have been able to survive and thrive in Seattle because Seattle's player development program is one of the best in the National Football League.
So just to give you a wee bit of insight, it was with the Titans. So the Seahawks traded up to the 35th pick overall, and the Titans get the 52nd second round pick, and also a third.
The 82nd, yeah.
82nd. So quite a jump for the second round.
We've got some people from Ireland as well, Irish Cowboys, asking if you're going to the Steelers game in Ireland, Jeff.
Man, I hope so, because I'm going to tell you something. That Guinness factory is going to have to work overtime for a month before the game.
Hey, I've been in that Guinness factory, and I mean, it's very easy to sleep up in there.
Hey, you need to get in that Jameson's factory as well. That's a pretty cool one to hit up.
Hey, that's what I heard. I heard when Ryan Fitzpatrick he's going to tour Ireland in the summer for Pro Football Ireland. And my story is that what they asked, Neil Reynolds asked him and said, "Hey, Fitz, do you want to do anything cultural while you're in Ireland?" He goes, "Yeah, I want to go to the Guinness factory and I want to go to the Jameson's factory."
What a lad. What a lad.
And we're also joined by Bluff City Cowboys. Marcus from Tennessee. How are we doing, sir?
Hey, I'm doing good. Thank you guys for inviting me today.
Oh no, we haven't spoken to you in a while. We got so Jeff is royalty here in the UK. He's like, in terms of NFL, he's bigger than Princess Diana, Prince Charles, or King Charles as he is now. Very, very high royalty in our scale. So when he talks, we listen.
Andy's also.
What do you think of the Booker? You're an SEC country. What do you think of the Booker selection?
Personally, I mean, B+ move. I like it.
B+.
Yeah, I think it's. I mean, it's a need. I think he's a good player.
Yeah.
I just think, based off of where we got him at, we should have gone for more impact. Like when I think of a guard going at 12, I think of Zach Martin. I think of Quentin Nelson. I think of a Chris Lindstrom, Zion Johnson. I think of guys. I'll wait for the pick and finish.
I mean, one of the things I did hear today.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Nick Emmanwori.
Oh, nice.
Ooh, sexy.
Wow.
Okay.
There you go. That's a good pick.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot.
So, yeah, just to finish what I was saying, when I think of picking a guard at 12, I'm thinking of a guy that I looked at in college and I see all pro potential. Booker's a good player. I think he's going to be a quality starter. I don't look at him and say, I see multiple all pros in his future. And if I'm picking a guard at 12, that would be what I want. If not, I think there are other positions that I may want to take a chance on.
Yeah.
That's fair. I think I have him rated higher than you have him rated, because you're talking about a guy that is playing in the best conference in America.
Yeah, in SEC.
You know, when you realize that you're gonna play Shamar Stewart one weekend and you're gonna play Walter Nolan the next weekend, and in the SEC there are no weeks off, and there's no conference in football, in college football anyway, that rolls out better defensive linemen week in and week out than the SEC. So if you're
the NFL for sure,
it's as close as it gets. And look at all you need to do is take a look at the Philadelphia Eagles roster to let you know that.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the Georgia Bulldogs? You mean?
Well, I'm gonna tell you something. I did the Super Bowl, fellas, and I did it for Talk Sport, and I told Will Gavin off camera when the two teams walked out on the field, and Kansas City's offensive line walked out and Philadelphia's defensive line walked out. I said, this may not even be close, because that was a full grown bunch of men that walked out of that locker room from Philadelphia. And you better make sure you got that in this day and age. You better be damn sure you're good enough up front on both sides of football.
What is interesting is, I know what you were saying, Marcus, but
in the 2025 NFL Draft, your Cleveland Browns select
Quinshawn Judkins.
Oh, no! Toddy.
No!
That's one of them.
Oh my God!
I'm surprised he's gone before Anderson. I thought Anderson would have got this.
I really wanted Judkins.
It's okay. Henderson's still available.
There's a lot of good running backs available.
Are you surprised though, Mike, that Judkins went before Henderson? I thought Henderson would have gone before.
Yeah, I do. I think, but the thing is I've stacked my board more towards it leans Dallas Cowboys win. I think Henderson is a better fit for Dallas than Judkins.
I think he's a better fit for Cleveland. Also, you're talking about an outdoor team, a cold weather team. You want a bigger back, hard-nosed, physical. Henderson's never really carried the load in Ohio State. He was always kind of a number 2 to a number 1. Judkins for 2 years at Ole Miss was the guy, and he came to Ohio State, and he was at worst 1B on a team that he just joined in the spring. So that just tells you the type of running back that they're going to get in Cleveland.
I wonder as well if Henderson's injury history comes into it because he's got the ankle, the groin.
Well, I think that might have something to play into it, but you make a great point. What do you want out of your back? In the biggest games, you want him to come out. And when you look at that national championship game, Judkins was a definite factor in that national championship game.
Yep.
Yeah, because I think which one of them scored 2 touchdowns? Did Judkins score 2 in the national championship? I'll have to check.
In the final,
one of them scored 2 touchdowns, didn't they?
In the final game, I thought he played his best football, and that's you're looking for playmakers that step up in big games. It's one thing to have a bunch of yards against a bad defense, but when you're playing, on the biggest stage in the biggest game, that's what they say. Stars come out.
Yeah. Judkins scored two touchdowns. In fact, he scored 4 touchdowns in the last 2 games. So that's against Texas and in the 90. So and I think Henderson didn't really feature that much. He was sort of interspersed in it all. But I still like Henderson. I still like what he brings to it. He's very
trade.
Another trade?
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. The Miami Dolphins have now moved up with the swap with Vegas.
What tackles on the board? Because they need one.
Here's what is interesting. I know what you were saying, Marcus, about the pick, but Will McClay has come out today and said that Tyler Buckett and Zach Martin, in terms of their grading and their scores and how they scouted them, they were very, very closely matched.
If that's the case, that makes it a better pick. I mean, I don't think it's a bad pick. I think he's a day one starter. I think he comes in and he improves the running game and the passing game.
Yeah.
I just look at the history of guards picked early, and
that's my issue.
You look at the names.
I know what you're saying.
I don't see him as one of those names, but he's a good player. Don't anybody take away that I think he's gonna not be a productive player, because he definitely is.
Yeah, and I mean, again, the Cowboys scouts can just walk out the front door, walk across the street, and go and watch what he's doing with Duke Manyweather as well. So, I mean, they're getting to see him day in, day out if they want to. So, they'll have developed that sort of idea with him as well.
Okay, so Dolphins received 2nd round 37, 5th round 143. And the Raiders receive 48th, 98th, and 135.
A lot going on in that one. That's a pack.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got a Raider on with us, so let's ask him about Ashton Genty.
Coming up.
Let's go.
Well, before we do that, the picks about being nice for the Dolphins.
Yeah, we'll do that, and then we'll get Jeff's take on Ashton Genty, because I'm sure he's happy
here. The Las Vegas Raiders have traded the 37th pick to the Miami Dolphins. With that being said, the 37th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Jonah Savaianaya.
Tackle from Arizona.
Yeah,
they had to get a tackle.
Yeah.
Yep.
I like that guy. I like him.
I'm really interested to know where my guy Wyatt Millam's going to go, but it's not the Cowboys, that's for sure. Sorry, Jeff.
Go on then, Jeff. Give us your take on what Vegas did in the first round then, the Raiders.
Well, I think Ashton Genty was one of the best players in the draft.
Okay.
Total. And we played against him this year, guys, and we hit the dog shit out of him. I mean, we hit him and he has maybe the best contact balance of any back I've ever been on the field with. And I mean, at any level, anytime, anywhere. I don't care. Lawrence Phillips, you can name him, right? His contact balance is off the charts. The thing that strikes you about Ashton when you walk out on the field and out they come, you know, we're at home, we're playing Boise State. It's a great crowd. It's the whole thing, right? National television. He walks out on the field and I looked at him and I went, that's Ashton Genty, right? He's no taller than I am at 5'9", but the 5'9" that he packs is a lot better than the 5'9" that I pack. I'm telling you, he is yoked up, and I mean yoked up. And it was typical game that I watched Ashton Genty play because I watched him. He had just scalded Washington State for a bunch the week before, and you know you can stop him, and then all of a sudden, if you don't get multiple people at the point of attack, or somebody doesn't use good technique trying to tackle him, he'll outrun your secondary. He's tough to bring down at the line of scrimmage. He's relentless. He just keeps, the more carries he gets, the harder it is to tackle him. He wears defenses down. Now, there's been talk about him being beast mode, being like Marshawn Lynch. I think the player comparison that is closest that I've ever seen is Saquon Barkley. Very compact, very explosive, very tough to tackle. And then on top of it, and this has not been talked about by anybody except the kid acknowledged it last night. If you go back to his junior year, he led all running backs in the country in receiving yards. So he is very good out of the backfield. He actually played slot as a high school kid in Texas. So I think it's a tremendous pick. One of those picks where your scheme and the fit of the player in the scheme are almost seamless. The other thing that, and this is, I think, important because we saw what happened with Ruggs when he went to Vegas. Vegas is a different animal, fellas. If you're gonna be a professional athlete in Vegas, you know, there's a lot of places where if you aren't a great character guy, there's a lot of reasons to fall off, right?
Yeah.
And that's the other thing about Ashton Genty. Ashton Genty got an impeccable character. And so if you're going to take a guy to Vegas and give him, I don't know how much money he's going to make, but it's going to be millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah.
You want a guy that has the maturity and the depth and character to be able to handle that environment. So I think he's a great pick. Guys, I got to run.
Well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I got to run. Let's do this again tomorrow if you guys want to.
Yep.
Definitely.
Cool.
Before you go, very quickly, quick question. One of the guys said, who do you think the Cowboys pick's going to be at 44? Make a prediction.
I told you, I wish it would be Luther Burden because I love that player.
Nice.
I really love that player. I think there's some really good secondary players on the board still. And, that's, I think, another need for the Cowboys. The Cowboys got to improve that secondary a little bit. And then obviously, everybody's talking about a running back. There's good running, you guys made the call. There's some good running backs still on the board, right? So the Cowboys are going to make a good pick with it, no matter who it is, I think.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. But we'll let you go, Jeff. It's been a pleasure. And like you say, I'll get in touch with you again and we'll get you back in to give you analysis of the full draft at some point.
Yeah.
All right, man. I appreciate it. Hey, take care, guys.
Nice to meet you, Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff.
It was
Have
really
a good one,
pleasure
man.
to meet you. Keep doing your thing, brother.
Thank you.
Cheers, Jeff. See you again, bro.
Later.
And that's good to get Jeff's take because obviously,
yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Hawaii Rainbow Warriors, he's the defensive tackles coach. To have his guys having to go up against Genty every year or every week or whatever,
Well,
he's got the inside scoop.
Yeah, you don't get better insight than that.
And just for Austin, I'll message and I'll ask him for you, and I'll get back to you.
And also just to sort of the Patriots pick is in, so we're just waiting for the person to come out and announce it. So just in case you're wondering.
I love it. We don't have to sit around and wait. We get it.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Here comes
Okay.
the commissioner, James White, the former Badger, who scored the first ever walk-off touchdown in Super Bowl overtime.
I can't wait to see Travis Frederick
As well,
I
he's
know.
going to come out later.
Have with us Special
I'm so
Olympics
excited.
athletes Xavier Goff and Unified Sports partner Reed Turner. Both are Unified Flag football teammates from Special Olympics. Reed, Xavier.
Good question to ask you, Marcus, after this.
Okay.
Special Olympics is one of the league's Play 60 community partners funded by the NFL Foundation. The NFL and Special Olympics team up to provide opportunities for athletes of all ages and abilities to get active through unified flag football. This allows individuals with and without intellectual disabilities to play on the same team. Xavier, Reed, you got the stage.
With the 38th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select
Trevion Henderson.
Oh my God! Really? Jeez,
It's getting spicy.
man.
We did say there was going to be a run in the second round on running backs.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. But look, the way
I'll
the
tell
way
you,
I
this
see it.
Cam Scarborough. I'm saying it right now. Why not?
Scarborough isn't a bad fit, though. Like I said this. From
It
the
makes
start. People
sense
said-
like, after what Schottenheim was
Booker.
looking for after the
Yeah.
Booker pick. Absolutely,
Yeah.
you get a physical running back to go with your physical O line. Makes sense.
I think people said when I said it, they were like, "Nah, it's a bad fit." I'm like, "Well, just wait." I'm like, "Look, Scarborough fills a lot of different things that Schottenheimer said that he wants. But, and I have said this, that if you go through the top 12, say, running backs in this year's draft, on my top 12 is what I've done anyway, when I've gone through it. Once you get to about 13, 14, you're kind of like, But the top 12 running backs in this year's draft, which is wild to say, when I go through it, I'm like, that's an RB1 on a team. That's an RB1 on a team. It's until you get to about the 13th or the 14th running back, then you kind of like, ooh, okay. But like that, you get one of the 12 running backs in this year's draft. You've still got Johnson. You've still got Sampson.
Well, I'm glad that you sorry, Mike. I'm glad that you mentioned Caleb Johnson. Like, even though he was not a 30-day visit, he's not being heavily linked to the Cowboys. But I would love to have Caleb Johnson. He is like a full, complete running back from my perspective. That's my opinion. But I'm a big fan of Caleb Johnson. I think he would be great at Dallas. But I don't think that would happen because, just based on how the activity with the Cowboys, with the visits, etc., interviews, etc., I just don't think that will happen.
Well, we did pick players last year that didn't come in as 30 visits, so it doesn't necessarily preclude you from taking them.
Correct.
True.
And as you say, Caleb Johnson is somebody that we could use. That when Schottenheimer had his introductory press conferences, he was saying he wants a running back that can block, catch passes out the backfield, and run with the ball. Caleb Johnson ticks all of those. Yeah, Caleb Johnson ticks all those boxes. Probably better than Henderson. As an all-round back, probably better than Henderson and Judkins did. So look,
I even think I truly believe that the Cowboys are going to wait till the third round for running back. Cornerback is still too much of a need, and wide receiver is too much of a need. These are two positions where there's a lot less depth in it than what running back is. And if you just go with simple supply and demand tactics.
Yeah. Well, here's the question, right? So the Bears are still on the clock right now. They have to go with running back now, surely.
Yeah.
Thinking about that team, yeah.
Because I think that this could be Caleb Johnson right now. So that could be another one. Not to, the more I'm thinking about this, could be RJ Harvey for the Cowboys. That's what
But that works for me.
Yeah, I would take RJ Harvey in a heartbeat.
Yep.
Do you think we're potentially looking at this differently? Like I agree with all you. We are in desperate need of running back. And kind of there's some talk coming out there then everywhere. Do you think the Cowboys are maybe not even high on running back, and we could see another year where we don't take one?
No, I think we will. I think we will take one, but I mean, even so, you know, Brian Broaddus in the lead up to the draft said he'd done 25, 27 running backs, and he was saying all 27 of them could be guys that you could fit into this offense and be a contributor, not just. So I mean, 27 guys is a hell of a lot out of. That's over 1/10 of the draft. So,
yeah.
Some of these guys are going to be free agents.
Yep.
And you're still talking about being able to use them as a meaningful contributor to an offense as well. So, but I think we've got to take a running back at some point in this draft.
Yeah, and my only concern. Oh, I'll wait till after the pick.
Doesn't seem phased. No, I mean, I think he took the wrong turn coming out of the tunnel.
Smoke him if you got him.
Before the pick, who do you guys think this is?
Chicago, where you at?
Caleb Johnson.
I
don't know.
I think it's Caleb Johnson too.
All right. Simmer down.
Simmer down.
Simmer
Will
down.
Johnson available? Luther Burden available?
With the 39th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the 2025 NFC North champions, Chicago Bears.
Oh God.
Select Luther Burden III.
Wow!
Missouri.
Damn it!
Congratulations, young man. Bear down.
Oh man!
I like what they're doing though. They've got themselves who they view as their
getting weapons.
The Bears are going to be scary next season. They've got Adonze, now they've got Burden, and obviously
they got the tight end in the first round.
Yeah,
they're giving Caleb weapons.
Yeah, they're stocking up.
Wow. I agree with this. Look at this.
They've won the off-season. They've won the off-season so far. So
we're not picking a running back until the 5th round. Joe says. I agree.
I agree too.
100%. And I'm not even sad about that. I'm not even sad about that idea.
Unless they trade back and get a fourth somehow right now. Yeah, I think it's 5th round.
Who would you think though? Would you be happy with a Blue or maybe a Charles Brooks, or is that a little bit too rich in the 5th? Do you think?
A Charles Brooks in the 5th? I would take that in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
If Tootin manages to get down there, that's a fantastic.
Tootin will be gone. Tootin will be gone.
I think he will too. I think he goes in the 4th.
I agree.
Yeah.
But here's one for you, Marcus.
Okay.
It's obviously while you're here, do some shameless plug-in. I see you're doing the work with the girls over on DC4L on the show. How's that going?
It's going great. So originally I was doing the Cowboys Zone with Lambo.
Yeah, that's
right. Lambo, life for him. He has 2 small boys.
Yeah.
Both of them are extremely active in the sport. So I
did see that. Yeah.
Going back and forth between football practice and basketball practice and soccer. So when he got home, he was just bushed. Couldn't do anything. We created that together. So I kind of felt like it wasn't right for me to continue that brand without him.
Yeah.
So I kind of put myself out there as a free agent, and Amanda with DC4L told me that they were looking to start a podcast, and I just jumped right in.
Awesome.
Yeah. I mean, we've spoke to Amanda a few times. She messaged me, and I was like, "Look, come on the show whenever you want," So
and also shout, she was actually voted the Dallas Cowboys Fan of the Year.
Of the year, yeah.
Yep. So big shout to Amanda, DC4L.
Make sure you go over the everybody.
Right, Saints on the clock.
We got nearly 10,000 people joining us tonight. So make sure you go and
all on it's majority of it's on X. Yeah. Like X is the So I think this might be the Shador pick. I think with the Saints.
Yeah. I mean, again, this Derek Carr situation as well. You need somebody that you can hoist your wagon onto. So it's got to be
We also
Shedeur.
need to come and find you, Marcus, when we're in the States for Thanksgiving. I know I tried last time, but you were tied up with family last time.
Oh yeah.
You know what, guys? I'm actually kind of scared with this Cowboys pick now. The more I think about it after Carl Yeoman's post. So he mentioned Judkins, mentioned Henderson, mentioned Higgins.
Okay.
The other player left was Revel.
Okay. The corner.
Yeah, that's my concern because we're picking up another player. It's like Jalen Smith, where, yeah, exceptional talent, but there's a lot of baggage in terms of injuries. There's
You still have
Trey Amos, yeah, like that's a good shout actually.
You still got Will Johnson as well. I mean, what is the medical on him that's causing him to fall, or is there something
He's
off
still
the
my
field
highest
as
paid
well?
player. Will Johnson is still my number one player left on my board still.
Yeah,
I think that's a great comment. That the one before about not taking it. I think if we come out of this draft without a wide receiver, I think the Cowboys have done poorly because we need to get Dak another weapon on the outside. Yeah. We're so bad at that side of the ball.
In fact, Mike, you made a really great point on your guy Nix's X space. What about Fannin, the tight end in the third round?
That's what I said. Fannin is an absolutely
guys, sorry.
I know competition level is a big thing, and it does play its part. We'll wait for this pick, and I'll continue.
I just realized something.
Yes, sir.
The Bears pick next.
New Orleans Saints select Tyler Shuck.
Tyler Shuck?
They took Tyler Shuck?
Wow.
Oh my God.
Louisville.
Wow. Oh my God. Sanders is fallen. My God.
Paul.
Wow.
Do you remember when I said, that Shedeur Sanders will go in the third round, and I got ostracized for that?
You got absolutely slated for it.
Look who's laughing now.
Yeah.
His stock has been rising. There was even talk of the Giants maybe taking him today. Obviously, they traded up yesterday, but there was talks that he was highly sought after.
Wow.
Yep.
Well,
I seen the thing yesterday.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem, right, guys? And I was about to ask this question, and Brian's already done it. It's going to be available at 44.
Nah, you're not.
We're not like, it makes no sense if we were to draft a quarterback.
I agree.
Hopefully the Jets will do us a favor, though.
They need it. They need it.
They do. So do the Bears go running back right here?
I would. Oh, can you imagine? Like they went tight end, wide receiver, and running back.
Yeah.
All offense. But ironically, offense is where they really need to concentrate on things.
Yeah.
But let's go back to Fannin, right? Now, I like the idea of Fannin. Look, I get it. People are like the competition level. Agree. But he's still shown that he was a man amongst boys in that. He's an oversized wide receiver is really what he is. But if we get tossed out in terms of wide receivers and running backs here, and people are like, when we get to the third round, Fannin's going to be available. That's your next option.
Sorry, trade.
Yeah, I seen.
Bills are now on the clock.
The Bills, okay.
This could be. Who could they pick?
Sanders.
He's a running back, is it? Surely not. I don't know if the Bills need a running back, but
they traded up pretty far too.
Yeah.
Maybe Mike Green.
Given it. That's what I was actually thinking.
Yeah.
I was thinking, is this Mike Green? And ironically, fantastic fit for the Bills with Mike Green.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because is Von Miller free agent, or is he still there?
I think he's still there. I think he's got like 1 year left.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he continued, didn't he? There was some sort of dispute.
Yeah. Yeah, but to jump that high in the second, you got to be going corner, pass rusher.
It's got to be
some type of skill player.
Yeah, it's premium. Yeah.
Okay, so second round, so 41st, 72nd, 240th. the Bills receive, and the Bills get 56, 62, and 109.
Interesting.
Okay.
Okay. So they got 2 second rounders, the Bears. 2 second rounders. 56 and 56 and 62. Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean there's comments there again about us not taking away. If we don't take a wide receiver, there's a problem there. But again, as I was saying last night, and Jamie, you were offline at that point in time. You've got guys like Amari Cooper. You've got guys like Keenan Allen that you can bring in for at least a couple of years, and they can be, they're more content to be a number 2 wide receiver now. So you do have that aspect as well. And again, they're proven in the NFL as opposed to, these guys that are coming up. Yes, they're the big dogs in the college side of things, but if they can't make the adjustment to the NFL, then you've at least got somebody there who's done it.
We take Keenan Allen, so I'm surprised that someone like him's still not being taken. I thought.
I'm surprised as well, Jamie. I'm surprised as well. But I'll be perfectly honest with you. I wouldn't mind actually just for like one season.
Yeah.
Just to bring back Amari Cooper. I would not mind that at all. Like he was still productive under Buffalo, under Josh Allen. He was still,
and he's not a diva wide receiver.
Exactly, and he would fit the new culture what Schottenheimer's looking for. It would make sense.
Yeah. My thought process on Keenan Allen is after the second wave of free agency and teams started accumulating those compensatory picks, I think people kind of held off on signing him until after the draft when he doesn't count towards the formula, particularly Dallas. So I think he would probably be a good option for Dallas if we don't end up drafting a receiver, because I think once they got that compensatory pick for D-Law, there could be a 4th. I don't think they want to take a chance of losing it.
In fact, I think I know who the Cowboys pick might be actually.
I think it's Linebacker.
No, I think it's the defensive interior from Toledo.
Toledo. Oh,
Darius Alexander.
Yeah.
Yep. Because he was one of the names mentioned by Cal Yeomans today.
Defense interior. I don't even mind edge because there's guys like Landon Jackson is going to be available.
Landon Jackson would be fantastic. Like that would be great.
I think it's defense here, and then it's going to be cornerback or wide receiver then in the third. That's my thoughts.
Right, because in the third round it was mostly wide receivers anyway. There was the kid from Washington State. There was a few others and stuff like that. But I would take the stab in the kid from Utah, Jalen Royal.
Jalen Royal is fine.
Yeah.
Here we go, guys.
He didn't break their way in the last 3 minutes of the last
what the
two
Bills
playoff games against them either. They're right there. They found Lee Evans, everybody.
Let's get to some of the people out here.
We got a trade.
Let's see what the people say.
The Chicago Bears have traded the 41st pick to the Buffalo Bills. And with the 41st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select TJ Sanders, defensive tackle.
Sanders is finally off the board.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, that one surprised me. TJ Sanders. One thing is
we finally get a Sanders off the board.
Maybe it's back-to-back Sanders.
I just caught on what you just said there.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. And we got it here as well. Yeah.
I'll nervous is everybody
like the...
So the Cowboys draft show are showing the war room at the moment. They're not on the phone to anybody. They're just obviously going through the picks. They're obviously happy.
I don't see them.
No.
The way that this second round is gone.
So the big question is, so the big question is the New York Jets.
Okay.
What are they going to do?
Mess it up as always.
They can always
realistically, what are they going to do?
They can always take another offensive lineman. They could never have those.
I
don't know who's available that's good, but
the pick is in. They've already put the pick in, so we'll find out shortly.
Do you guys think Mimble is a better guard or tackle?
I think he'll be. I think he'll be pushed inside. If I'm being honest.
Okay.
What's this now?
Membo.
Yeah. Guard or tackle?
Tackle.
Okay.
He's about a tackle.
So we gotta
it could be 50-50.
Anybody want to break the tie?
It could be 50-50 if I'm being honest with you. Like he could play both.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, we've got Kevin Turner joining us tomorrow at the start of the show.
Oh, sweet.
Oh,
yeah,
cool.
he's coming in. He said he's missed us.
Where's Jamie? Where did Jamie go?
He said he had enough of listening to you, he said.
Nah, Yorkshire internet. It'll be back on shortly.
The Yorkshire internet. Oh, there he is.
There he is.
Either that or his internet's drunk.
That your Yorkshire internet, Jamie?
No, I pressed the fucking button by mistake. I'm trying to I'm so used to coming on here, and like we have maybe 5-10 minutes before going live, and I just completely forgot. It's too early, isn't it?
Jay. I love you. I love you, bro.
Mike, what is it you're smoking right now? Are you smoking the Camacho?
No, I had that yesterday. I'm smoking a Zeno Davidoff today.
Ah, right. I've got my my champagne cask.
I was
Perdomo. I'm smoking my Perdomo.
I was going to go with that, but I was thinking I'll save that because I've got two. And I was thinking I'll save that for when we go to Dallas, and me and you will smoke one together.
Man, I've got plenty of those, so I'll bring some as well. So why not get more, like, I don't know, maybe try and get some Cubans and bring them along, because I've got two Henry Upmans.
Controversial, bringing Cubans into America.
I know. I like to live dangerously.
Won't be allowed in the country.
Wow.
So guys, I missed earlier in the show. Who did you guys think we were going to take at 12?
At 12, I was hoping it'd be Tet.
Well, I'm saying like after Tet was gone and we were on the clock. Who did you guys think we were going?
I think we were going to trade back and get Josh Simmons, okay. but then we started hearing about the injuries and stuff like that. Then we heard the news it was either going to be Walton Nolan or Tyler Booker, and I'm like, ugh. But I wasn't happy with the pick at first.
Mm-hmm.
Then I had some sleep. I thought about it, and I thought, I can't be mad at it. Like,
it's a good pick.
It's a good player. It's a great player. The only problem is it's at 12. That's the only issue I have with it.
Same with me.
It's a bit rich for guard.
Yeah, I agree.
So we've got a question on who our best running backs on the board are. Let me go through.
Samson, Caleb Johnson, RG Harvey, Devin Neal.
Caleb Johnson is number 1 left on the board. Cam Scatterbull is number 2.
So you guys don't like Tootin?
I love Tootin. I love Bayshon Tootin. But
he for me is he needs to be in a committee. That's the only trouble.
Well, we have a committee.
This is true.
If you listen to the Miles Sanders interviews, he pretty much said Schottenheimer recruited him to come there, and when he talked to him, they had a plan in place to make him a part of the offense. So, and when you listen to Schottenheimer talk, and he describes the type of back he likes, he describes Miles Sanders. Well, good Miles Sanders, not Carolina Miles Sanders.
I'd be really happy if it was a Tootin. I'd be very happy with that.
Yeah, so there you go. There's the question. It's from Volante. I'd seen it in there. Just couldn't see who it was.
Is anybody getting quite nervous right now? Because obviously we're not the one, but like it's where do we think we're going to go? And I'm like, it takes that time, and I feel like Jerry to move back here.
Oh, here,
I said this. I tagged Ronnie in this months ago. And I was like, make the Thomases great in Dallas.
Yep.
The thing is Isaiah Thomas is
from the 2000 draft class of the Jets with the 2025 pick.
With the 42nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Mason Taylor, tight end.
That's fine.
That's actually a good cut.
Do go tight end.
Yep.
Interesting. What I was going to say, mate, How mad must Mel Kiper be right now?
Oh yeah.
Like, it's like, Shadur's the best quarterback in this draft. Blah, 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 blah. He should go number 1. And look, he must be losing his mind.
You know,
Yes.
when you're
I mean-
saying that, Paul, bring him up, is there a part of anybody that's thinking that could be the pick? I don't think it will be. I just... Do you think
It won't be quarterback.
No,
If it's quarterback, then I don't know what the Cowboys' direction is going right with us. I really
I'm
don't.
looking- Will Johnson is still my number 1 player on my board.
Hmm.
Next to that, it's Isaiah Thomas, Darius Alexander.
Darius
Trey
Alexander makes so much sense to me right now.
John Machota just tweeted that Aaron Whitecotton gave a fist bump to Jerry Jones. I mean, to Stephen Jones.
Who? Oh, Aaron White, defensive
White
line. There we go.
There you go. Yep.
Darius Alexander.
It's got to be Darius Alexander. It's got to be from Toledo.
Well, let's see what the Niners
Or
do
Alfred
first.
Collins. Or Alfred Collins. They're the only 2.
Oh, that would be sweet.
Yep. And
You gotta think. You might say at this stage, you might be like, "Oh,
Here comes the Niners."
2000 draft class out to announce the 2025 pick.
What you've also got to learn.
Ah, shut up.
Bay Area. Bang, bang, 49ers.
More like 69ers.
Defensive end. I don't mind defensive end. You're saying that.
Pick in the
That's
You're
what we
saying
make
that,
Green.
Marcus.
class.
I
Just
think
not
Duke
Mike
Falcons.
Green. Not Mike Green.
Alfred
But-
Collins.
Oh!
Okay. So Darius
It's
is still
interesting to see how
available,
they're
but
rebuilding
then
this
I'm looking at
defense
defensive
with
end.
the 49ers.
So I'm
Michael
looking at
Williams in the first
Jackson.
comeback. with
Don't mind the
Alfred
idea of
Collins.
Jack Sawyer.
Both these guys-
Jeez.
Jack Sawyer, Landon Jackson.
Well, this pick's got to be Darius Alexander, surely.
TJ
It has to
Sanders
be.
is gone. I need to update this board. Princely, you got Princely as well. I know, like some of these guys, you'd be like, "Oh,
Princely for Ole Miss. I like him.
Yeah. And because what you got to think is you got to think that these guys are also going to be looking, and they're going to be like, these guys aren't going to be available to us, until they're not going to make it to the next part. So you got to think they got to think ahead. So I'm looking at everything. I'm looking at Omar Norman Lott. Who else have we got here?
You mean available defensive tackles?
Cowboys, it looks as though they've got the pick in. Cowboys picks in, folks.
Oh,
defensive end.
Hold on to your butts.
What about Ezeriki?
Yeah.
The edge from Boston College.
It's got to be defense.
You got
I
your.
don't mind pass rush or defensive tackle here. That being the case,
I don't either. Especially if it's a nose, because I don't want to rely on Mozzie.
Yeah.
I don't even mind it being a pass rusher.
Yeah.
I don't either.
Landon Jackson makes sense.
Landon Jackson makes a lot of sense.
Like, but I think based on what we've been told by
We
Kyle
spoke
today,
we spoke about this on Nix's show, Paul.
Yeah.
About Donovan Easy as well.
Yeah, he's a safe pick.
Yeah.
He's
solid.
He's
safe.
Solid, safe,
Blue collar.
Blue collar. No BS in his personal life or nothing like that. Like, there's no injury history, all that type of stuff.
No
that
nonsense.
makes it.
There's a lot of fist bumps going on in the war room at the moment.
So
So
made the pick then. I'm just basing a lot of what we're saying here based on what we've seen in the war room with defensive line.
But is he big enough to play opposite Micah? Because they're pretty much the same size.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
And you've got to think they've got to cover themselves with because Boss Marshawn Nealand, like Boss talks.
Sam Williams coming back as well.
Yeah.
Tank is gone.
you got Dante Fowler as well, though.
Fowler,
So
We've got.
I still think it's Darius Alexander, guys. If you know the pick, please don't put the name in the chat, please.
And don't put I'm hearing is this person or stuff like that, because they got me like that last night. They were basically just posting.
We got some people that all think
like this one. I think.
Just say you think Like, don't say who it is. Just say I think it is. Like, because we're gonna play the reaction in real time. Ah, man, I'm nervous as hell, dude. Like Darius Alexander to me makes sense because based on he was one of the guys that has been interviewed, etc. Kyle Yeomans spoke about him earlier today. He's also reached out. He's one of the 5 players in the second round to watch for the Cowboys, other than Siobhan Revel. Like, because all the other players, Henderson, Judkins, have all been sniped.
I just don't want. I just don't want anyone with any injuries. Like, that's why
I want a safe pick. Yeah. I just don't want a player. I want a player that's going to be there day one to play. I don't want. I don't want to wait 6 months. I don't want a player to be on PUP, injury reserve, or anything. We need players now.
And they've had this habit of taking injury-prone, problematic people in the second round.
Yeah. Osman Jalen Smith, you name it. Randy Gregory.
Yeah. Who is Tristan Hill?
Oh.
I was like, yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely D-line. This is definitely defensive line, guys, because we've got pictures of the war room, and basically our defensive line coach, Andrew White-Cotton's been having handshakes there, so it looks like it's going to be defensive line boys. Don't know if it's D-tackle or D-end.
LVE was a first-round pick, but still, we'll take your comment in.
Would you be disappointed?
It's still a fair point.
Thanks, Nicole.
Sam Williams was the second-round pick.
Paul, did you see that then? We flipped into all the Cowboys fans. Nicole was just like
flashing. There he is, Big Travis.
There he is.
Let's go, boys. Let's go.
And there's last year's International Fan of the Year as well.
With the 44th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Donovan Ezeraku.
Oh,
nice.
Boston College.
Yep. There we go.
Like it. All right. I like it. All right. Okay.
No, no.
Talk about production.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah. Let me tell you what I like about them most. I don't judge defensive ends off sacks in college. I judge them off tackles for loss. And if I'm not mistaken, the last 2 years he was either first, second, or third in tackles for loss. I think he hit 20 both years. So that lets you know you got an active player who's getting in the backfield a lot. I just don't really judge sacks because sacks are situational. Yes. Tackles for loss means first, second, and third down, you're beating somebody and you're in the backfield a lot.
I know
that's what he does.
I would also use pressures as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Last year, 21 tackles for loss.
That's a great number.
Yeah, that led the ACC as well as, but you say sacks are situational. He also led in sacks as well.
I like it.
That's even better.
Yeah.
I like it.
Right. If I saw a guy who had 5 sacks and he had 22 tackles for loss, he doesn't fall in my book. But when you
21 tackles for loss, 17 sacks.
When you get tackles for loss and sacks, you're putting in a lot of work.
So and I'll add another one into it for you, Marcus.
Okay.
80 total combined tackles and 3 forced fumbles.
That was a big.
So he's
in 1 year.
He's disruptive. He's disruptive.
In 1 year, in 2024.
Yep.
I'll take that to the bank. 100%.
Yeah, I mean, PFF have got him with a pass rush grade of 90.5 and a run defense grade of 83.6. Yeah. I'm happy with that. It's a defensive end that's going to stop the run. And
I can't argue with that.
76, I believe, is our next pick.
76, yep.
And Joe's asking who we picked. It is Donovan Ezeraku.
I mean, who do you think from the Colts is going to come up in Wisconsin?
Like you just said, Mike, when you combine a defensive end who's getting 80 tackles like a linebacker, 20 tackles for loss, and 17 sacks, one thing you won't be able to call him is a lazy player because he's active.
Blue collar player.
Blue collar, yeah.
100%. That's clearly a guy as well.
Salem City, man. This is a dream come true, but
doing tape. He's sitting and watching tape. You don't get that production by accident.
And with that being said, with the 45th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, my Indianapolis Colts select JT Tuimoloau,
Nice.
Ohio State.
Back-to-back defensive ends.
Yep.
I really like Tuimoloau at Ohio State. I think him and Jack Sawyer don't get the respect that they deserve to me.
I agree.
You talk about blue-collar players. They're both blue-collar players. I'm glad to see him going to second. I thought just listening to people, he may drop third or fourth along with Sawyer, but that's a solid pick. But I really like what we did.
There we go. Like if Graham's happy with that's when you know we've done good.
But he does make a good point. Trenches on both sides. Where were we weakest last year? In the trenches. Trenches was the biggest problem last season. And just to answer this question, it's 2 rounds. So we've got one more pick, which is coming in the 3rd round.
Yep.
And then at the moment, we've got nothing for the first round tomorrow. And then
it's a long way, boys.
So we got a lot. When we do mock drafts, it's always funny. You do a mock draft with no trades, which is kind of what's happening with Dallas so far.
That's the Rams pick in. Hey, this could be Sanders.
Is that what we're doing for the rest of the 2nd round?
We might as well.
Everything is Sanders. Everything is Sanders. Yeah. What is
Shiloh Sanders?
Yeah.
In fact, let's see what the chat says. So, chat, give us a yay or a nay, yes or no. Do you like the Donovan pick? Because I really like it. Like, even though edge is not the top priority, it's still a need in some regard. But I really like it.
It's a premium position. Look, I'll give it to you like this. I've given you his last year's stats. 2023, 2022, right? He combined for 114 total tackles, 22 tackles for a loss, 11 sacks, and 5 forced fumbles. So it's a productive career this dude has.
That's an impact player.
Yeah. You know, and he's done it on a continual basis. It's not just like this 1-year flash. You're seeing, and it's progressive. So it goes to show that he's still learning, he's still progressing, he's still getting better.
Remember we actually had Donovan as our 2nd round draft pick in one of our mock drafts.
Yeah, one of the very earliest ones.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah,
like, and he's out of Boston College, right?
So you know he's smart.
Yeah.
And
they know how to do trenches in Boston College.
Right. Oh, yeah, 100%. Good O-line structure, good D-line.
Yeah, the best part about this, we get all that production, and he's not even the number 1 target for defense for offenses.
Exactly. There you go. You beat me. You're taking the words out of my mouth.
Yeah.
That you think about this. You have an impactful player like Donovan Easy, right, over there. But everyone's attention is on Micah Parsons. What do you think a guy like Donovan is going to do on the other side?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Disruption.
Exactly.
Disruptor.
And I mean, again, you've got, for all we love Sam Williams as a off the field player, and obviously you guys have interviewed him quite a few times, Mike and Paul, but you know, there's no guarantee he's going to come back from the injury last year and be ready to go.
This covers them.
Yeah, that covers them. Nealand, you know, I liked what you got from Nealand last year, and that, you know, he was your DeMarcus Lawrence replacement. This is another guy that's offering you the pass rush side of things. So
there you go. Yeah, you've replicated what you've had in the past, Lord. I agree with you that Marshawn Nealand always was mini tank. He's that type of guy. That's not what Donovan is. And I mean, I'm just going through this now. In 2024, it's needless to say, he was consensus All-America, but he was also ACC Defensive Player of the Year. I mean, this dude, you go through it, career-wise or by year, he's like first in the ACC for this, first in the ACC. It just keeps going on and on and on. And you're like, there we go.
There we go. Donovan
And yeah,
was
the
the
Ted,
Ted
Ted
Hendricks Award
Hendricks
winner.
Award. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
ACC Defensive Player of the Year.
Mm.
Great pick.
And All America. All America. He's
Yeah.
reading the same page I am, probably.
And I kind of agree from what Ewan's saying. Defense is shaping up well, but seriously worried about our ability to put points up as well. Because
We've got
like,
time. We've got time for that.
like this, like, and that's the thing. Like this year's draft, especially at running back, it's absolute stacked. Like there's the running back from SMU there as well. There's RJ Harvey. There's Devin
Caleb Johnson's still
Neal.
there.
Samson from Tennessee, yeah.
Samson is great.
There's a lot of options. Tootin, like, man.
Let me ask you guys this question. Go ahead, Mike. I'm sorry.
No. You go. You're the guest. You always take
this
priority,
is a
mate.
question. This is a question for you guys because I talked about this on my podcast.
Yeah.
The top running back taken last year was Trey Benson, right?
Yeah.
How many backs in this draft would you say are better than Trey Benson?
A lot.
A lot, right? So
Rams
you could
pick
possibly
in
get
2025.
second round talent
What
in
it
the
do,
fourth
Green Bay?
round.
I would say at least
So first and foremost,
9 or
I
10.
want to send a huge thank you to all the men and women who serve as our first responders.
Yeah, I got the
and
9
our
before
military.
I had to think about it.
Tootin, yes. Hold on, I'm going down the list now.
Secondly,
Devin
I
Neal.
wanna send
Devin
a huge
Neal
shout
is
out
where
to
I'm
my
at.
son, Mikhail.
Devin
It's his
Neal is
birthday today.
RB9
He's a
on my
great
board.
baby. Let's
Okay.
go.
I know our differentiator would love that.
Yeah.
From the
All right,
2012
lads,
draft.
let's get into this pick.
Let's go for it.
With the 46th pick
Sanders, come on.
in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Terrence Ferguson, tight end,
Wow.
Oregon University.
I saw him play live against
Okay.
Michigan. And I went
Anybody
down
got
there
any
to
Terrence
warm-ups,
Ferguson
and I looked-
information?
Man, Sanders is go like he is likely to go in the third round by the looks of things.
Yeah.
Man, this is crazy. Crazy.
Just trying to find Terrence on my board now.
Would he consider going back to college if he gets drafted in the third or fourth round?
Well, I mean, the only issue is Colorado have retired his jersey.
That's true.
Oh no! Anyone like anyone seen the meme? Anyone seen the meme of Sanders' jersey, which was obviously he was the number 2, but instead of his name, it said round.
Yeah.
So Terrence Ferguson on my board is 103 on mine.
Okay.
I get you some information up on him. Catching, pretty good. Blocking.
Mike, we can't hear you.
Hold on. Right. He had a record-setting season for Oregon, which is quite interesting. Let me go through this now. Best thing I can do, pro comparison, Dallas Goddard. That's who he is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, oh, there we go. Jeez, that was quick.
The latest Cardinals pick from Arizona, not the Vatican.
Oh, I'm supposed to be doing an article for Blogging the Boys.
Nice bit of topical. Yeah.
Oh, P squared.
And with the 47th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Will Johnson, defensive back.
Nice. Will Johnson off the board.
He's gone. There he is.
Mike Green is still out there. Wow.
That's crazy.
That's the whole off the field stuff, and his response was a lot of people have accused me of things in the past as well. I mean that just
It was a bit of a wild.
Yeah, I mean that's
not how you want it to go.
Round 3.
Yep.
X-type receiver. I'm trying to think here. Is Savion Williams from TCU an X-type?
No. I mean, there's talk about Savion Williams. Is he going to be the next sort of Kevontae Turpin or Debo Samuel, where you have him
true, yeah.
a cross between a running back and a wide receiver?
I know there was talk about is it Jack Beck's or
Yeah.
however you put it, like the
Yeah.
other wide receiver. Like
Mhm.
he's pretty much more or less like a tight end anyway. Former tight end converted to wide receiver. He's not the fastest, but he is like our friend Jeff Reinbold said, he's a catching machine. So
Yeah.
that makes sense. So Texans pick Sin already. God damn, it's moving quick.
That's what I like about day 2 is it just
I know
flies
there's
off
no
the board.
bravado. It's
Yeah.
straight in, out, the way it should be.
Yep.
Round 2 always is a bit faster.
I think we should just retire day 1 sometimes.
It's the glitz and the glamour with day 1, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, very interesting.
Another interesting thing that I like about Donovan, I'm just going through some of the things I've written on him.
Mhm.
Very hot motor that does not stop.
Yes.
And I mean, if you look at the production,
The stats,
it makes
that's
complete and
it,
total sense. Yeah, that ties in.
Mhm. Yeah.
Like you don't have a guy whose motor runs hot and cold with production like
Mhm.
that.
I'm just wondering. Oh wait, it's actually a trade. The Texans have
Yeah,
moved
no,
up.
I was just going to say because that was the Raiders pick.
Yeah, so the Raiders have now are 58th, and they picked up an extra third.
So, is anyone opposed to the idea of cornerback? I know it's 2 defensive players on day 2. Are you opposed to the idea of that and leaving wide receiver for now?
I
Which is more important, wide receiver or
I think
cornerback?
running. I don't know, man. I really don't know. This is the mystery pick now, the 3rd round, number 76. I'm honestly like, yeah, I really don't know. I really don't know.
I mean, I'll be honest, guys. I'm convinced we're gonna give Mingo every opportunity to be the X.
Yeah, that's
Whether we
what I'm
like it or
thinking.
not.
Yeah.
They're gonna give him every opportunity.
And I have more confidence that Mingo could be something than you saw what Andrew Booth Jr. was last year when we traded for him, and he's still on the roster this year.
He is?
I have. Oh yeah, we brought him back. We brought him back as a futures guy.
Okay.
So at the moment, if you're talking that Diggs isn't ready to start the season, you're talking that Booth is like your number 4 cornerback. Depending on where you slot in Kyrie Elam and all that. So, do you want to be starting the season at the moment with Deron Bland and Booth at your other corner? I don't. So
no, certainly
cornerbacks
don't.
probably and again, there was the big thing this week where when the pre-draft presser was on, Stephon Gilmore was in the building talking. I think he was dealing with one of the businesses that are in the building, not coming in for an actual discussion or anything. But maybe somebody did sort of hit him up and say, have you got something else in the tank for at least another year? So
yeah.
Well, at least we know that. At least with the Texans.
There's more wide receivers on the free agent market after this weekend that you can tap up than there is cornerbacks.
With the Texans coming up next, I don't see it being wide receiver, and I don't see it being offensive line.
Can I just make another comment and observation?
Okay.
Travis Frederick looked healthy.
He looked great.
Yeah.
He looked great.
I mean, that's the thing about these offensive line guys. Half the time, as soon as they retire, they look they go and hit the gym for personal reasons, and they end up looking like Christ. They could be doing bodybuilding or whatever.
Take Joe Thomas, for example. Joe Thomas is like half the man when he played.
Yeah, he is.
And conversely, running backs end up putting all the weight on it. You look at Barry Sanders now. I think I could probably beat him in a 40-yard sprint.
Maurice Jones-Drew is probably taller around than he is up and down.
Here's another interesting fact for you guys on Donovan Easy. In 2024, he had 21 quarterback hits, most among all defensive players last year in college. Number one.
Yeah.
The most.
I like it. I like it a lot.
I like it a lot.
Yeah. I know a lot of people are going to complain because you look at the position, but Mike's been rolling out the stats for 20 minutes. The kid is legit. I think he's going to come in and be a day one.
Welcome back to the stage.
I agree.
I like what you said though,
Those
Marcus.
boys in Houston are making moves right now. The Las Vegas Raiders have traded the 48th pick to the Houston Texans. And with the 48th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Ariante Ursery.
Oh, the goal tackle. Wow. Oh,
Okay.
they've doubled down on O-line.
There's a massive human being here. Outstanding.
Well, they did trade Kenyon Green, so they have a couple of holes on offensive line.
Mhm.
They traded Green and the tackle.
Who was it? Who was the first round pick in? It was O-line, wasn't it?
The first round pick for the Texans, wasn't it? That wasn't Josh Simmons.
It was Josh Simmons.
No, I don't think it was. No, I
No,
think
Simmons went to Kansas City
Yeah,
with the last pick, or second last pick.
Who did the Texans
Or-
Who did the Texans pick again?
Oh, they traded with the Giants.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what it was, and that was the whole Jackson Dart.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. Which I found funny.
They took Jaden
Oh.
Higgins. Yeah.
Yeah.
They took Jaden Higgins. Yeah.
That's right. Oh, and speaking about the Giants, did you see the video, Marcus, of the drunk New York Giants fan at the draft?
No, I haven't seen that.
Oh my God! Right.
Yeah.
So basically, what happened was, former O-line for the Titans, Taylor Lewan, he does his podcast
Yeah.
with Will Compton, right? So
Yeah.
they're boots on the ground at Lambeau Field talking to fans, and they met this Giants fan, right? Who absolutely blitzed out of his mind. And he's like, right. It's like, so who'd you prefer, Shadur or Jackson Dart? And he's like Jackson with an arrow to the freaking neck, Dart. Like, that's what he says, right? It's like, we're going to take him. It's like, you're going to take him at first? No, we're going to trade back into the first and take him.
Uh-huh.
Oh, wait. Oh, sorry. Bengals is up next. Sorry.
Making his way to the stage.
Again, this could be defensive line.
Nice line
Give
in the
Hendrickson some help. Yeah.
This might be Alexander.
In the draft of the 2025 NFL Draft,
Maybe.
the Cincinnati Bengals select Demetrius Knight Jr.
Oh,
linebacker, South Carolina.
That's a great pick for the Bengals.
That
There's
is.
a high carry.
That is a great pick.
Yep.
Yeah.
You don't think they need wide receiver?
That'd be a hell of a room if you draft a wide receiver that high.
Yeah.
So back to the story. So Taylor Lawrence trade back into the first. It's like, well, who are you picking at first? He's like Abdul Carter. And it's like, and they were trying to do like all the math, like what would you trade? And the guy's like, oh, we're gonna use our additional third round, not the first one, but the third one, and move back into the first and get Jackson Dart.
Yeah.
And Will Compton looked at him and was like, okay, bud, whatever you say. Now he's came back. He's like, I can't believe this drunk guy got it absolutely spot on.
Slam dunk.
It's remarkable. Fair play to the guy. And there's a video of the guy when the pick got announced. So he's running about. He's like, F you, that's it. Let's go home.
Hey, that's a good day at the office right there. Get a quarterback.
Hey, if I was the Giants, get that guy's your GM if that's the case. Jeez.
I'm not a Jackson Dart fan though, but I don't mind because it's the Giants. The Giants have picked him, so fine, go for it.
Seahawks picks in.
So just to kind of go back to Shadur Sanders, right? So
yeah,
he didn't participate in the combine. He's had issues with slating other former teammates back at GSU and at Colorado. So there's definitely a personnel type of issue.
Post game and in training as well.
Yes.
And there was one thing that was put to one of the groups I was in where, one of the GMs has said this is the worst interview that we've ever had with a player and all that. He's come in.
I posted that on my Twitter.
Yeah, he's cocky. He's
arrogant.
Like,
yeah.
Understandably, if you're a wide receiver or a skill position player, you have the right to be cocky. But if you're a quarterback, not
Need to
so
be
much.
sensible.
You need to be on the ball at all
Sensible.
times
Yeah.
because you're literally the commander in chief of your offense.
You're the face of the franchise.
Exactly. You can't and I keep saying this, like it feels like Johnny Manziel 2.0. I keep saying it.
Yeah, I said it. I mean, it's 100%.
Yeah.
So, which Canadian football team do you think he's going to be starting for in a couple of
You
years?
know, I seen a funny one. I seen a funny one, and the guy, and it was somebody was like,
the Hamilton
yeah,
Tiger Cats. Why not?
Yeah.
It was somebody was chatting, and he was like his tongue in cheek. He was like, "Listen, I used to coach for an XFL team. I wouldn't even take him."
Wow.
Wow.
Oh wow.
Well, okay. Well, here's a stab in the dark bold prediction.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Kyle McCord might actually go ahead of him.
Oh,
Why
I mean,
not?
just the fact that all these QBs are coming up the draft ahead of him. Anything? I mean,
Saints
McCord was jumping up to sort of second,
I think
late
Kyle McCord.
second. Now.
I think Kyle McCord or Quinn Ewers will be the next one.
I
really do.
think I would say Sanders' last chance of going in this round was with the Saints, and the Saints passed on him and went with a totally
No. I think it. Well, in fact, who for you? So there's Seattle, Carolina, Tennessee, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, Chargers, Chicago, Denver, Vegas, Baltimore, Detroit, Washington, Chicago again, PC. Nah, third round. He's going to be in the third round. None of these teams are needing quarterback, really.
I mean,
and to all the people who argued with me and said I was clueless when I said Sanders goes in the third round.
Dude, you know what to do, Mike? Repost that tweet. Repost it and say, "I told you so."
Mm-hmm.
They were very upset with me about it.
Yeah.
It's like I put it in quotations. You know nothing about football.
Yeah. Well, somebody quote tweeted me and said this dude knows nothing about football. I was like,
Well,
you're absolutely right. I know nothing.
Back.
No, retweet that guy. Retweet him and saying, "I told you so."
No, I'll just be like, you're absolutely right. I know nothing about football. I don't watch the game at all.
Yeah. His last shot in the second is if Chicago trades one of those second round picks to Cleveland, and Cleveland comes back.
Multiple folks out there.
Man, this is going like a treat.
What up, 12?
I know mine's almost gone, mate.
Before we start, I gotta say happy birthday to my son, Jedediah. Everyone say happy birthday. With the 50th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Elijah Arroyo, tight end
from Miami.
Ooh, very interesting.
The tight ends are flying off the board.
They are.
Yeah.
I tell you, this I was saying it before that this tight end class is sneaky good.
Mm-hmm.
Like people were like overlooking how good this tight end class is. And if Dallas do decide to go with Fannin, I'm not going to be upset with that idea.
I'm not. Like he's like you said, mate. He's a pass catching machine.
It's what he is,
and he would be great in the red zone. Something that we lack.
He's tall, lanky. He's very much. Remember the tight end a couple of years back? Everyone was on to him to go to Dallas. J-Tuck was really into him.
Oh, you talk about the tight end for the Falcons?
Yeah, that's the one. Played in
Kyle Pitts.
Kyle Pitts.
Yeah. Very much. And do you know what's ironic? Pull up Kyle Pitts.
Oh, there's been a trade.
My bad.
There's been a trade, but it's
the Titans.
Carolina.
Carolina.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, bring up Kyle Pitts' statistics, right? Just for a bit of fun, you can do this. Then bring up Fanning's statistics.
Oh, look who's back.
And if you do it back to back, Fanning overshadows what Kyle Pitts did. I get it. Kyle Pitts did it in the SEC. And, you know, Fanning is doing it for Bowling Green. But still.
Off the trade. We'll get that draft board in a second. Here comes Chuba Hubbard.
What's up, Wisconsin? Panthers fans, hey, keep pounding, man.
Keep
shout out to
pounding?
God, shout out Memorial Noman. The Denver Broncos have traded the 51st pick to the Carolina Panthers. With the 51st pick
I do need to crack
in the
on with this
2025
article in a minute.
NFL draft, the
I'm
Carolina
so far
Panthers
behind
select
now.
Nick Scorton.
Nick
DN,
Scorton.
Texas A&M.
Nice. Solid.
Hey, let's go.
They need a DN bad in Carolina.
Yeah, they did it. Yeah.
Scorton is better inside than he is outside. I will say that.
You said he's better outside than inside?
Inside, better inside than outside.
Okay.
Scorton?
Yeah.
Yeah, like he does position himself as a 5-tech, but
Five tech is much better for him.
Yeah, but it's his ability to move into the B gap seems to be the most impressive.
Yeah.
Rather than actual rushing from the outside.
Yeah,
the issue he had was that in Texas A&M, they were still trying to figure out how to use him. That was the issue.
If they had utilized him properly, he could have gone much higher.
Yeah. 1 second, I just got to get rid of my cigar. I'm done.
Amateur.
Oh, my legs.
You know, I'm
nice pajamas, Mike.
Did you not say that last night?
I did. Just thought I'd remind them.
I'm shocked we're 20 picks into the second, and there's been more tight ends drafted than running backs. That's a shock.
That is mental. I think teams are actually kind of trying to get more bang for their buck with the running backs because they know how good the running backs are, and there's only a small amount of quality players in certain positions. Oh crap! The Tennessee pick's already in, and they're about to announce it. My goodness.
Nick Eamon-Worry. So now the Titans are going to make their first pick since Cam Ward, and it's Keith Bullock.
Say, y'all throw a stone groove, man. And with the 52nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Olawufemi Aladejo out of UCLA.
Wow.
He did that. He got out of that one all right.
That was the one that you said that it's like he played linebacker and he's only played defensive end for a short time of period. So he could be that flex position type of player in defense, like what Parsons was. Interesting. Looks good though. Tampa Bay is up next. So obviously they picked wide receiver. They got Ibuka, didn't they? They picked Ibuka in the first round, right?
No, they did. They took him at 18, I think.
Yeah. So
19 they took him at.
Yeah. So what do we think with Tampa Bay then?
Again, they need edge, linebacker,
Yeah.
and DB. So
I tell you what, this like I'm not being funny, but I think Tampa Bay could be the perfect place for like some Mike Green here. It could be.
Yeah.
It's either that or they go. You got Amos still on the boards. You got Benjamin
Amos
Morrison
from Notre Dame. Yeah.
Here's a good point. That the Cardinals took Will Johnson, right?
Yeah.
Will Johnson and Marvin Harrison Jr. were bitter rivals in college.
Oh my God! Do you imagine
each other?
No, I'll tell you what. That's going to be the Hard Knocks this year.
Yeah. It fits because I mean again that's they haven't changed the coaching staff and they didn't make the playoffs, so they're in for consideration for it.
Right. I must crack on with this.
So guys, I came in straight from work. I got to grab something to eat.
Yeah, no, you go, man.
I'm
Hey,
gonna come
listen,
back for the third round though. So
Oh
give me
yeah,
20
no
minutes, I'll be
problem,
right
man.
back.
This
No
is
problem.
You're
this is
welcome
this is
anytime.
our Marcus. We're talking to our Marcus here. Yeah, always. I've told you this many times. There's always an open chair for you, bro.
All right.
So
Well, I definitely
you've
appreciate the
got
invite.
the invite. So just come in and out
Yeah.
however you please, mate.
I'm not gonna leave the studio. I'm just gonna keep it down at the bottom.
All right,
Oh,
cool.
Yeah,
but you-
we'll just hook you out for now then.
Okay, yeah, please, thank you.
All right, dude. See you in a wee
Sweet.
bit.
All right.
Yep.
There we go. I love Marcus. He's so much fun.
Yeah, man. It's always great to see Marcus. In
Yeah.
case anyone's like knows, like he's doing work for DC4L with Amanda, who is the NFL's Dallas Cowboys fan of the year. So please go and check that out, folks.
And I mean, like their fan group is huge. It's like about
DC,
it's
yeah,
like
DC4L
quarter
is
of a million members.
It's ridiculously how big they've got, and all credit to Amanda. She is putting so much work
And she
behind it.
messages me all the time, and I keep saying to her, "I'm like, you'll have to come and join us." And it's one of those things. She's like, "You'll have to join us." There's always this back and forth.
Well, definitely.
Yeah.
Well, she'll be at the draft if she's international, not international fan of the year. She should be at the draft because we know
she is.
Because I know this year's international fan of the year. Can't remember her name, but she's also from Mexico. She's also with Eduardo last year's international. Yeah. So Eduardo's there. Super Cowboys there.
Nicole Vess is there.
Yeah, Nicole's there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised that our good friend Big Wheel's not there this year.
No,
Is it still there, isn't it?
Yeah, I think I don't know what.
This morning, did he? Well, yesterday morning, however you want to do the thing.
Yeah.
Which is, like I said, a surprise because it's always somebody's massive on, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
We need to go for the draft one year.
Oh,
yeah. Honestly, we spoke about this, didn't we? We spoke
honestly,
about
dude,
this,
like that would be a dream for me. Like, just to even dream for me would be to be nominated for International Fan of the Year. That would be a dream, all right? But the dream would be to announce a draft pick.
Right, the campaign starts here. Paul for International Fan of the Year.
Do you imagine?
Yeah,
man.
I think that the Dallas Cowboys, unfortunately, they know us too well. Where they'd be like, "Do not get those idiots to announce a draft pick. Please don't do it."
Well, the thing is, as well, we're not in one of their marketing areas as well. That's the,
Oh, there we go. Here comes the Tampa Bay pick.
I'm not ignoring you guys, by the way. I'm doing an article.
No, that's fine.
What's up, Green Bay?
Oh, Green Bay.
I love the energy. Love the energy. And with that in mind, with the 53rd pick in the NFL 2025 draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Benjamin Morrison,
cornerback,
DB, Notre Dame.
I did say cornerback, but again, they passed on Trey Amos, so
yeah.
Would anybody be a little bit disappointed? So when our next pick comes in, if Travis Freddy just doesn't come out rip his top off, it's like a string vest on and a beer in his hand. Just slams the can on his head to crush it.
Check this out. I just thought to go and check now. So, Donovan Easy. So I'm just going on to have a look. Are you ready for this?
Yep.
Jesus. Right. Okay. He has a wingspan of 83 inches.
That's like John Jones of the UFC.
That is huge. Right. Okay. Anyway, agility. Right. So we know good pass rushers need to have, but good, the bend around the edge, agility, all the rest of it.
He's got that all right.
Well, 3 cone of 694. 92nd percentile. 20-yard shuttle, 419. What the hell?
So quick off the mark, and he's so fast.
Wow.
Yep. And as long as that translates to the NFL, because I mean, the only sort of preclusion to that, if you go back to Charles Tapper, when we drafted him, he was very good at the bend and everything like that, but it never translated. So it's up to the coaches to put him in the position.
Here in Green Bay, another fun moment with the Packers on the clock.
Jordy and I are going to do one thing. You stand right for Jordy. All right, Green Bay, make some noise.
This should do, Sanders.
I have some special guests up here to help make the Green Bay Packers choice. So give it up for Packers legend Jordy Nelson. What's up, Packer country?
One of K-State's finest.
Thanks, Commissioner. I also want to introduce Kenya and Marcellus from the Boys and Girls Club in Green Bay. We're recognizing incredible youth like them as part of our Inspire Change initiative. The NFL works with Boys and Girls Club nationwide to help young people find their voices, advocate for issues important to them, and become future leaders. Let's have these leaders help me announce the pick.
With the 54th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft,
the Green Bay Packers select
Anthony Belton, tackle, North Carolina State.
Oh.
Go Packers!
Well, they fixed their O-line a little bit.
Yeah.
They always are smart as well, the Packers.
I'm very curious to know where my guy Wyatt Millam's going to end up. He's not going to be a Cowboy, I know that. He might actually go to. I've got a feeling he might go to Denver.
Yeah, they tend to pick your guys, your pet cats.
All the time.
Quinn Miners.
Quinn Miners. Oh God, I remember that flashback. Jeez, I really wanted Quinn Miners. I really did.
If he went to the Eagles, I know we don't really want to talk about those a lot, but
oh God, Jimmy, please. If Wyatt Millam ends up at the Eagles, I am gonna cry.
Oh, yeah. You know the one thing about that so far.
Why did you have to bring the depression there, Jamie?
I know, sorry, bro. We're to try and liven you up a bit, just to get a reaction. But yeah, the one thing I love about this draft is that both days so far have had more people at the draft than actually lives in that Green Bay area. It's so cool.
So Harbaugh is now on the clock here with the Chargers.
Mm-hmm.
Wide receiver, tight end they're looking at, or big needs for them.
Offense for sure.
So again, you got Fannin, you've got Gunnar Helm. Oh, Pixon already.
Mm-hmm.
Is Gorman Thomas coming out next? What up, Wisconsin? Feel good to be back home, baby.
Melvin Gordon, my God.
See you over there.
Remember when he was supposed to get drafted, he was wearing that Dallas shirt?
55th pick
Yeah.
in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Trey Harris, wide receiver, Mississippi.
Oh, they got a receiver who can win in man coverage, is an excellent route runner.
Oh, well, that's all of the fifth rounders that Kyle Yeomans mentioned today out of the equation, besides Siobhan Revel. Man, that juke was sick.
It's starting to make you think a bit more that it's still going to be an offensive weapon pick today for the Cowboys. It's going to be running.
Harris would have been a really great pick. Yeah, look at like Herbert, Hampton, Najee Harris, Ladd McConkey, and Trey Harris is their offense. It's not looking bad.
And as we say, they've got Gus Edwards as well. So I mean,
that's true.
You know, the wishbone offense with a running back in the tight end as well. Here,
yeah.
Here we go, right, guys. I'm going to ask everyone at home, what grade, right? And I know I've asked this, but here's a reason why I'm asking it, right? What grade do you give the Tyler Booker pick? Just generally.
I would, well, as I
know
said,
I've asked this question.
As a player, an A-. As the value where we got him, I would have given it, but overall, a B.
A B.
Yeah, I'm about a B plus.
Yeah. B, I think, is fine. Here's the crazy bit. You see the Donovan Easy pick? I'm giving that a straight up A.
Oh,
absolutely.
yeah.
100%. 100%.
It has to be.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, the complaint there last night was that, you know, our first round pick, it wasn't a best player available. It wasn't a best player available. It was more a drafting for need. This is best player available that you've effectively taken here, and it's somebody who,
and it's a safe pick. He's going to be an instant on the field.
Yep.
Yeah, I've just written that. He's going to contribute immediately, bolstering a defensive line undergoing significant changes.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing with an A, I get it, it's just, is it not hard to grade it as an A just because we don't know what he is at the minute?
Yeah. It's great to see you that you're back, Anthony. I don't know if you might have missed this. So obviously I have had time to reflect about the whole Tyler Booker pick. So obviously I wasn't thrilled at the time, but after having maybe 2 hours of sleep and thinking about it for the rest of the day, it's definitely won me over, especially how he answered that question on the Gridiron show with Michael Parsons. It's like, you know what? Yeah, I'm sold on it. I'm more sold on it. Like, I've got nothing against Tyler Booker as the player. I think as a player, fantastic. It's just the fact it was just at the 12th pick I've got the issue with. So, like, grading the player, yeah, A-. I think it's going to be great. But where we picked him, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's like a C+. So,
and just, you know, it's not Spider-Man. It's Baby Yoda. I'm wearing Baby Yoda pajama bottoms.
Why would you announce that? Why would you announce that to over 10,000 people, Mike?
Nearly 11. But yeah, I mean, look, I'm just saying because you've got to get these facts right. And you know, like the weatherman, a lot of weathermen wear shirt, tie, suit here, and then down below it's shorts and tee, you know, whatever. That's what I'm going to do here. You only see from like here up.
Yep.
I just want to know if he's got, aside of the pajama bottoms, if he's got some like minion slippers on, but like the head of a minion.
The trouble is I let my kids pick my clothes.
Oh, God.
Yeah, that happens. Apart from the Dallas stuff, but most of the time they pick Dallas stuff, so that's fine.
Yeah, I've got nothing but Dallas pajamas. That's all I've got.
Do you know what's funny is my microphone smells of cigar every time I talk, or I can smell the cigar.
Yeah, my room stinks of cigar smoke right now.
I'm talking to you. I'm like, ooh.
Oh, there's been a trade.
How's that?
Yeah, the trade with the Lions and the Broncos.
All right.
It's their next pick after the Bears. So the Lions have moved up. And the Bears have moved back to the third last pick of the second round.
That's not bad.
Lions are swapped with Carolina.
Carolina.
Yeah, because the Bears picked in just now.
That's not what showed up on the screen there.
Well, the same Bears picked in, and then next.
Oh, Seth freaking Rollins!
Nice. Oh. Wait until my son sees that. Wait till my son sees that. He is a massive Seth Rollins fan.
He is a visionary. Yes, Seth freaking Rollins.
Wisconsin! Is that all you got? Come on, you can be louder than that. I know y'all mad because championship gold looks good on the blue and orange.
He's
But in
wild.
all seriousness, Green Bay, we are in the shadow of Lambeau Field. And I love Lambeau Field because the king of the North, the best quarterback in the NFC North, Caleb Williams, is undefeated at Lambeau Field.
Oh my God.
Talk about winding them up.
That's WWE superstars. They know how to
In case y'all
throw.
aren't familiar with my game, let me remind you, I am a visionary. I am a revolutionary. I am Seth freaking Rollins. And I am here to tell you that with the 56th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft,
This is awesome.
the greatest franchise in the NFL, the Chicago Bears, select Ozzy Tropillo, tackle from Boston College.
That's another Boston College guy off the pit.
Cowboys need Stone Cold Steve Austin to come out now.
Yeah. That's pretty sweet.
Stone Cold or Undertaker. That's all we need now.
Now you come on, you got Travis Frederick as Jamie.
I
as
know,
Jamie
but
says.
I know, but I'm saying, like, if we want a WWE superstar, that's who we get because they're
Yeah.
Cowboys fans.
Yep.
Or if, like you say, Stone Cold Steve Austin comes out, but he's Stone as the commissioner.
Oh, that'd be so funny.
That'd be cool.
I do you know what? I love the idea of pairing Micah Parsons with Donovan Easy. I'm thinking about it now.
Yeah.
You've immediately
It's got me excited
an upgrade.
for Andrew Whitecotton, our defensive line coach. This is exciting. I'm excited for this. I'll be honest. Like,
You can never have too many pass rushers, can you? Like,
it's not so much that, Jamie.
On the field, doesn't it?
It's not so much like the finance with pass rushers. It's like it's not so much how many you've got; it's the quality of it. Really, like offensive line is a little bit different in some regard, but with edge rushers, there's a lot like different shapes and sizes would be defensive line, whereas O line, debatable. Oh, Trace, that's the lines pick in already. Jeez.
Hey.
I think they'd probably go offensive line here.
Yeah. Could be Wyatt Millum.
We are honored to have with us the surviving family members of the United States Army Specialist Christopher Kuby, who will announce the selection of the Detroit Lions second-round pick. As a proud soldier, Christopher deployed to Iraq, where he was tragically killed in an IED explosion in July 2007 at age 18.
Jeez.
Specialist Kuby's service was marked by numerous awards and decorations, including the Bronze Star Medal and the Purple Heart. Christopher grew up in Michigan and was a lifelong fan of the Lions, passionately cheering his home team whenever he could. We honor him and thank his family and TAPS, the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, which offers care to those grieving the loss of a military loved one. And now, I'm going to turn it over to John and David, who will announce in honor of their brother and son. Let them give you a cheer, baby. Let's hear it.
I have another one for you. I know.
2 seconds, Mike. 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And here we go. The Denver Broncos have traded the 57th pick to the Detroit Lions. With the 57th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Tate Ratledge, guard from Georgia.
Oh, that's a great
This
pick.
is a very physical football player in Tate.
Yeah, that's a great pick for the Lions.
So here's an interesting take for you so far. Schottenheimer does have a theme.
Yep.
High character guys. Both of his picks he's taken in this year's draft have both been team captains.
He's looking for leaders.
Captains.
So
Character.
again,
high
so
energy guys.
we're going for the right type of guys again. The Jason Garrett side of things. That
Yeah. Add Sam Williams into rotation. That is another one. And you still don't know. We're talking here that this is what they've done. This is their defensive end. They may even take another one in day 3.
Yeah.
What? Yeah. But what about the skill positions in terms of there's a wide receiver and running back? Who would you say, Mike, has that type of leadership quality?
Scatterbo does, but
That's what I was thinking.
yeah.
I mean, Trace, that was quick. Jeez.
Down twice.
My God, Raiders are about announced. My God.
you got to remember that we're at the TV's probably actually about 5 minutes behind everything as well. So picks come thick and fast.
You guys are
Jack Beck
amazing.
is another one.
Yeah.
High character guy.
Fans, that being Raider Nation.
Texas native. Dallas
I was
native.
blessed to play 13 years with the silver and black. And the man who used to always make this pick is a Raider legend and NFL Hall of Famer, Willie Brown. And I want to give a shout out to Willie Brown. His tradition in this place was he wanted to give a heartfelt appreciation and thanks to all the mothers of the NFL community. It's 2 weeks till Mother's Day, and he always wished them an early Happy Mother's Day. If you're a fan of the NFL, if you're a player in the NFL, if you're a coach in the NFL, you likely had a very supportive, encouraging mom or mom figure that sacrificed to make that dream possible.
Caleb Johnson's still
Tonight,
available.
we have another dream being made.
Yeah, he is, yeah.
With
My
the 58th
God.
pick in the
It's because there's so much
2025
depth that the
NFL
position
draft,
people are just waiting.
the Las Vegas Raiders select Jack Besh, wide
Oh.
receiver, Texas Christian. Just win, baby.
Well, that's Besh gone.
They got themselves a stud in Vegas. I mean, this dude.
That was a bit like a left field. I didn't think that.
I did not expect that. That really surprised me. That one, I'll be honest. Okay, so let's get back to the comments here. So, yeah, Mark wanted Trey Harris as our next pick, but I will take Caleb Johnson, 100%, dude. And yeah, I agree. Like the more I've looked into Tyler Booker, the more I'm definitely more on board with the pick. Like I said, like my instant reaction was not favorable at the time, but the more I look into it, I am really more comfortable with it now. Like I said, it was just more the fact that just in general, picking a guard at 12 is a bit rich. But
yeah.
You know what?
Be
right back. Toilet break.
He didn't give up his tack last year as well, and he hasn't given up many. He's an absolute, he's a beast. I agree. I thought 12 was a bit rich, but yeah, it's he's going to shore up that line for 10 years, and let's hope we build another.
It's going to be a nasty interior of that offensive line in there now. Like if we don't open up the A gaps with this free, I don't know what's going to happen. But we need a physical style running back to help complement that. We really do.
Yeah.
When it's going to actually build those people. And this kind of goes back to Steve's comment here. Guys, the fact that Tootin was a Dallas Day visit in the 30 day, do you think that, guys? I think Tootin is in play 100%. If we don't go running back, in this round, in the third round, there's a potential chance we might trade back up to try and get Tootin, because I don't think he'll be there I don't think he'll be there like in the fourth. Like he'll be gone by the fourth, I think.
Yeah, and we don't have a fourth, so I mean,
Yeah.
you need to come up to third again, unless you to try and get an extra pick. You know, the third round is where all the compensatory picks come on. So if you trade back even sort of 10 places or so in the third round, you'll probably still pick up a fourth there.
Yeah.
You know, or you might even pick up a team that's got multiple compensatory third round picks. If you trade back with them,
Mhm.
you can maybe pick up another third round pick there as well. So,
I
you just
know.
need to see.
So
I know-
Anthony's
I know-
saying, sorry guys. So Anthony's saying he reckons that 80% of what Larry Allen could be, we have a hell of a football player. I mean, like honestly, dude, like, yeah,
Yep.
like the more, like as I said, like the more I'm getting to know more about Tyler Booker, the more I'm falling. I'm really liking the pick more and more. It was just at the time, I think it was just more the fact that we had it ingrained in our minds that we were going for a skill position. It was pure, like, you know, like it's still position no matter what. You know, like it's been ingrained to your mind by mainstream media, other analysts, and stuff like that. Like I thought the pick could have been Josh Simmons. Then obviously we heard about the injury in that, but
Yeah.
but yeah, I'm definitely I'm on board now with the whole Tyler Booker pick. I totally am. I know it's a complete 180 from what I did yesterday. Complete 180. So yeah.
I know we mentioned him a few times, but with who's left on the clock in the second, and what Byron trade could just be one of the weirdest falls for a QB, because what were it 6-7 weeks ago, Sanders was projected to go nailed on tops 5, and it's like it looks like he's going to drop into the third round here, and it's crazy.
Sorry, I'm just gonna bring up another comment. What was it said exactly, Steve? Like what Brian and Virtual Lombardi said. You talking about making trades for? You talking about Tootin here or what? Like, let me know. And guys, if you're watching on X, please. I'm not sure if the comments are working 100%, but if you're wanting to swing by onto the YouTube stream, which is at UK Cowboys fans, feel free to come in and add your comments in as well. Feel free.
Yep.
Love to hear from you guys. But yeah, so yeah, Brian. Oh yeah, the endrayment, 100%. Yeah, 100%. In fact, Brian, that's a lie. We are getting comments coming through, but it's only certain amounts.
Yeah,
Because
we had about 5 or 6 last night that came through.
and we had the Irish Cowboys commenting on it. So hold on a minute.
Yeah.
I'll bring one up if I can find it. X. Here we go. There's one from X from Irish Cowboys talking about Big Donovan is going to be the pick. So it does work, but it's very temperamental.
Yep. I just think it's amazing and I know this is
crap. I think I just missed it. Did I miss a pick? No, I didn't. It's the Ravens.
No. The Ravens picks in, but they haven't announced it yet.
All right, gotcha.
I just think it's amazing that, you know, the couple of days before up until a couple of days before the draft, everybody's, and this has been the last couple of years as well, everybody's been talking about such and such and such and such. And then all of a sudden, with about 2 days before, it's almost like Dallas actually leak who they're going for, because, all these podcasts, I mean, I was listening to Hanging with the Boys from yesterday. I listened to it on the way to work this morning, and the last thing they said was Booker, and then you've got Booker was being talked about the last couple of days or so. Everybody jumped in on that, and you had it last year with, or 2 years ago with Mazzie Smith. You had it with Tyler Smith as well.
Yeah, remember
Guyton was more of a sort of a possibility
afterthought.
because they knew
He was
that
more. He was more of an afterthought because Graham Barton was the guy we wanted.
Yeah, but you knew that you might be able to trade back there if you got the guys there, and that was the talk. Is if you had all of the guys stacking the way, you know, there was 4 or 5 players you could have got together, you could have traded back, and as long as you trade back 2 or 3 places, you've still got the best choice there. So
yeah, don't forget, Lauren, Brian Broaddus actually kind of leaked the LVE.
Yeah.
To everyone, no one thought LVE was going to be the pick. The only person that actually said was very firm on it was Brian Broaddus. He was so strong about that. It's like it makes sense. The pick is going to be Leighton Van Der Esch, and I was like, really, very interesting. And what happened? We ended up picking LVE, and that's when we hosted the draft that year. Oh, I think that might be the pick for the Ravens. Just a bit to come through. I'm just waiting for the camera. Oh, there we go.
But that's not all you're getting.
Here's
the Ravens, 59th overall.
Good evening, guys. You may also know me as Wise Farmer Brown, where at North Carolina, we have founded First Fruits Farm, where we have grown, harvested, and donated more than 2 million pounds of food to help with hunger relief and hunger throughout our nation. And so our motto is to never stop giving, never stop loving, and never stop growing so that no child will go without food. My son JW and I, we have the honor and the privilege of presenting tonight's pick for the Baltimore Ravens. And with the 59th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens have selected Mike Green.
Wow.
Marshall.
Jeez.
Let's go.
That's a great pick.
Oh, there comes the tears. Wow, that's actually a great spot for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to ball out.
Just going back to Jason Brown, his story is quite cool. You see, like he pretty much like gave up on the NFL, didn't he? And just like built his own farm and just like gives food out to everybody. It's sweet as hell. Like just turn his back on all this money.
Great story, yeah. Just looking at Mark Anthony's comment, I have been Caleb Johnson's name all day. Dude, I agree. I love Caleb Johnson. I would love him to be a Cowboy. I would love that. The only thing is, we've not really done any interviews with him. No one's really kind of mentioned him, etc. I just don't know if that's what the Cowboys would do. If it was me, that's what I would do. I would pull the trigger on Caleb Johnson if he's there at like Brian says, they have no interest in Johnson. They have interviewed him. Sorry, they have. Right, okay.
Oh, here's another idea. Here's another thought. Forgot about this completely. The Cowboys also got Dante Fowler back.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So there's 3 guys. You got Donovan Fowler, who I think is going to be playing really as a designated pass rusher at this stage.
Thank you, Brian, for the insight. Thank you.
But you think about that. Sam Williams, Dante Fowler.
Sorry, guys. Hold on. Here comes the Broncos.
Then we're going to get the Commanders pick. That pick is already in 61st. Bears are on the clock again.
Oh, baby. It's a blessing to be here. Broncos country, let me hear you.
In fact, the Denver pick a running back.
Wisconsin Badgers, baby.
This might be
Johnson. Another one into the College Football Hall of Fame. We did it. Now, with that said,
I was lucky.
With the 60th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select R.J. Harvey, running back, UCF.
They do go running back.
Okay, so
It's
the
RJ
expected
Harvey.
running
Wow.
back pick for Denver didn't
Hey,
come
but
in the first round.
back in the first round as well.
It's fine.
I'm so shocked that Caleb's fallen.
Yeah, there must.
It's the running style with Caleb.
I'm sorry, but just hypothetically, right? If he I know there hasn't been much interest by the Cowboys direct, even though they have interviewed him at the combine. I've been corrected on that. But if it is there for a third rounder, do you think that makes more sense? Do you think Cowboys would do that? I mean, I would love to have Caleb, but I just don't see the Cowboys would pull the trigger on that. Oh, Washington pick's already in.
Who did Hampton go to yesterday?
Hampton? He went to the Chargers.
Hampton went Chargers.
Why did I think he went to the Broncos? Because I was like, why are they picking two?
No.
No, they took Jaddy Barron in the first round.
Stage here at the draft. Your posture still looks good. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Are we gonna get a little fun bunches?
What's up, Commanders fans? Commanders, where are you? Check this out.
Where are you?
With the
They've only been alive for 2 years.
The 2025 NFL Draft, the three-time Super Bowl champions.
Look at me, FaceTime champions.
World champions. Washington Commanders selects Trey Amos, defensive back, Mississippi.
Yeah, outside Shore, this is my highest rated player that was left. I'd love to give a little homework to each.
When Rivals get a decent pick.
Oh, that was a pretty good pick for Washington. I'm not gonna lie.
And that's somebody that obviously Dan Quinn will love. So,
John's like that. Shadur, an undrafted free agent. Oh God.
I wonder what the knock is on him, because like they said, we mentioned earlier, he was 6 weeks ago. It was a slam dunk top 5 pick, and all of a sudden he's.
So look at this. So Brian's just outlined our defensive line here. Micah Parsons, Dante Fowler, Sam Williams, Marshawn Nealon, Tyler Sweet, Dante Fowler, and Donovan. That's beefy. That for our edges, I'm really happy now. I'm really happy. I don't know about you guys, but I'm happy with it.
Yep.
And like Steve said, like Voch had him 28th on the board. Yeah, exactly. That's just the DN guys. I think we will still need to address. We do need to get another one tech some point in the draft, the 5th round.
We've quietly gone about business, and it's not being shouted at about too much. Like I said, there've been some smart moves, and they put themselves in a position where they don't have to reach for players, and they can really attack those guys that they actually want.
And it's like Mike said, though, it's the type of players that we're bringing, like high character. Is the thing. That's the theme. This is the theme. It's high character players without the unnecessary baggage. Like you can talk about Shadur Sanders. He's got a lot of baggage. Because of his
that would just not make any sense when you think you've taken.
But what I'm saying,
I know what you're saying. I'm just agreeing with you.
Yeah, because basically, like the reason Mike Green fell down is because he has issues, like stuff like that. That's why he fell down so quick. Like issues with like Siobhan Ravel, it's injury issues. Like there's all that it all plays a part in terms of the recruitment process. So for us to get like Donovan and Tyler Booker, who are being captains and being really dominant for their respective college teams, it makes sense. Great question for Brian. I actually answered this earlier, actually. So who's the next QB off the board? Sanders, Ewers, Howard. I'm taking a wild stab in the dark with this one, Brian. I said Kyle McCord. Call me crazy, but I think Kyle McCord might be the next one off the board.
I like that. I like that idea. I like it a lot.
I think Jalen Milroe might be the next one.
Yeah,
I think
Milrow makes sense.
I think the next Milrow, of course. Milrow is the next quarterback. God, how can I forget that? Yeah, it's Milrow. I completely agree with Steve here. He's saying Milrow's the next QB, 100%. And I think after that, if somebody's willing to be patient with Indiana's quarterback, Rourke.
Yeah.
It's the injuries with Rourke. Other than that, fantastic quarterback. The other guys, Sanders, off-field issues. Ewers is the process between the ears. And Howard really, like the combine kind of sealed it.
I will say this, and this is for everyone watching on X and YouTube and that as well. Like I know we've brought in Joe Milton, right?
Mm-hmm.
We've got Dak Prescott,
mm-hmm.
as paid QB. We also have Will Greer, but I still think on undrafted free agency we will bring in another quarterback.
100%.
I am comfortably saying it's possibly going to be Seth Hennigan from Memphis.
Memphis, yeah. It's a fine, he's that typical guy you put as the QB3, so he's that free guy on your roster that you're just trying to develop and put something together. You should never ever stop taking quarterbacks, is my argument.
Well, that's the thing. You want to build competition for your first string as well. Like you just want competition all round.
Mm-hmm.
Like you want to bridge the gap. You don't want a pure drop off. Like let's be honest. Like the gap between Dak Prescott and Cooper Rush is significant.
Mm.
Like Brian thinks Hennigan will get drafted. It's very possible.
It's possible. Yeah.
It's very possible. Like, I mean, I like Hennigan. I really do. Just kind of going based on how other teams are kind of doing things and stuff like that. Like a lot of teams don't. He's not even being part of the equation. Like there's McCord. Oh, here comes the next pick. So
here comes the Bears.
I do need to update my draft board too.
This is Des White coming out.
Y'all still booing, huh?
Can confirm.
Y'all must be booing this bad weather. Y'all gotta live here year round. In the division.
Oh boy.
But on a serious note, with the 62nd pick and the 2025 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Shamar Turner, defensive tackle from Texas A&M.
Wow.
Yeah, this is a twitchy, explosive three-tech.
Could we potentially agree that the Bears are winning the draft this year so far? They've drafted excellent again.
Yeah, I can't disagree. I can't argue with that. Bears are actually doing pretty well for the draft. Making some smart moves. Like,
just thinking of draft pick announcements, just with how he came on then. I'd love to see as an announcement about picks, Des Bryant. I think it would be pretty cool. I think he would blow it out of the park for a draft pick announcement.
Possibly. Brian says they win the draft every year. Well, fair.
He's still more than what the Cowboys win. That's harsh on me. But to be fair, we have drafted smartly so far in the first two rounds.
Okay, well that's the Chiefs pick, and just waiting for the guy to come out and announce it, whoever that may be. Oh, here we go. Speak to the devil.
This is why I don't get excited for the Cowboys.
Throwing up the X for the penultimate.
I've got something. I'm saving this for when Marcus comes in.
Dante Hall. Oh, that absolute fool. You know what I'm talking about, Lauren.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Omar Norman Lott, defensive tackle.
Good.
Let's go Chiefs!
Yeah, Dante Hall screwed NFL Scotland badly. He really did.
What did he do?
You're on mute, Lauren. Lauren, you're on mute.
So he was meant to turn up for a Super Bowl party, or I think it was an NFL night that they were having. I think it was championship game or something like that. And he pulled out at the last minute because he got another deal. One of our friends who's an Eagles fan, put that aside, but he actually had paid for the flight for the guy as well and everything like that. He'd put tickets up on the Eventbrite, brought that in, and he had to basically give everybody their money back, and he was out for the flight as well. And just he got absolutely shafted, and it was all because Dante Hall got another job, a opportunity, and he just gave it no moment's thought. But he said, "Oh, I'll come across and play a round of golf with you later on," and all that sort of stuff. And it was like,
nah, no thanks. No.
That's such a shady thing to do, really.
Especially as he was revered in Scotland because he was an ex-Claymore. Parlayed his Claymore's career into being the human joystick for the Kansas City Chiefs. I mean, he probably wouldn't be in the NFL if it wasn't for NFL Europe. He'd be up playing in Canada, or it might be you'd be talking sort of the German league or whatever, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And then you feel bad for the guy.
Arena football or something.
Then he'll get a load of crap for that, won't he, as well?
Yeah. It was really poor for Dante Hall to do that. It really was. Like, it's not often I speak down on players, but that was a really shit move. Like, like I get if there's a better job opportunity, but if people have already invested, then like if you're going to cancel on someone, at least actually compensate them back because they've actually already spent your expense on that. Like, there should be you've signed an agreement to come over and do a job, and yet you're just canceling it. Yeah, if it's been prepaid, and it's not as if we're NFL Scotland as like a multi-million company. It's
fans.
It's fans. It's a community. It's all coming out of our own pocket. So,
to be fair though, some players get themselves, don't they, and don't give a toss about that. They see the pound signs and bugger off somewhere else, don't they? They say it's scary.
I get that from his perspective, like try and make as much money as you can. But
so you think of how many fans of the teams that he played for as well would have been like, what an opportunity to see someone like that just into box is shocking.
Are you ready for this? Right, this is something I've just thought I'd research now. So Cowboys take, as we know, Donovan in the second round. He was the Ted Hendrick Award winner. Are you ready for this?
Yeah, we know that.
Yeah, here we go. You ready for this? All the past winners so far of the Ted Hendricks Awards: Lateo Lato, Caleb Murphy, Aiden Hutchinson, Chase Young, Bradley Chubb, Jonathan Allen, Carl Nassib, Jadeveon Clowney, Ellis Dumerville, Terrell Suggs.
Good company.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. I got premature there. I've shown you Jihad Campbell there. Ugh.
So let's see. So it's the Dirty Birds on the clock.
I hope the kicker.
Do you think they go cornerback here? Do you think this could be where Ravel goes?
It's a good shout. Oh, here we go. What is that What is that mustache? Jeez.
It's Bo Allen.
Hello, Wisconsin! I'm honored to be here representing the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles.
Oh, go and suck a bag of dicks.
With the 64th pick.
I'm sorry.
The 2025 NFL Draft, the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles select Andrew Makuba.
Oh,
Texas.
They value guys who can take it away, and he's got incredible
You watch him last year, 5 interceptions.
And look who joins us just as that pick comes in.
Where the ball just always finds this dude when you're watching.
Jeez, Eagles again.
Themselves.
Ay.
So, what do you think, David? Donovan?
Love it.
I love it too. I absolutely love the pick.
Yeah, the funny thing is, Dane Brugler at the Athletic, he had I'm still remembering how to pronounce his name. Is Ezaraku?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
He had him as the 22nd best player. He had Tyler Booker's as 24th. So
but here's something you posted up because you've just done the analysis on the pick and you put it in there, and I put it with you that that he's a high motor guy, but ironically Booker and Ezaraku both team captains, so there's a theme going here.
Right.
But I just mentioned now that he won the Ted Hendricks Award, and I just listed the players who have won it in the past, and you're just like, oh wow, they're all insanely NFL as well, not just college, but NFL productive pass rushers. You go through and you're like, there's not one bad player in that list.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he lasted all the way to 44. I mean,
yeah, it's a steal.
John Owning, a popular Cowboys Twitter guy, he and I have both been fans of Donovan for a little bit. And yesterday, like an hour before the draft, we were going back and forth about him. And I was like, honestly, I'd be fine with him at 12 if McMillan's gone.
Yeah.
Getting him at 44, I'm happy.
Ironically, we was on another show. Me and Paul were on another show earlier this evening. And one of the things I brought up was I was like, listen, what if the Cowboys go defensive end here? And one of the names we brought up was Ezaraku, and everybody, you're like,
stand up next to you. Sorry, got carried away.
I mean, I've just written up now because I'm
might get copyright for that actually.
Yeah, well, don't worry about it. But I think we had a strike from yesterday, so who cares?
Did we?
Yeah. So I'm doing the draft grades for day 2, and I've put Ezaraku as A+.
Oh yeah, totally agree.
Like when you stop and you look at you go Booker, you kind of go, oof, okay. Let's go with just a round off a B, but then you pair that with what they've just done here in the second round. I'm like, so far now, I'm seeing the theme that you're trying to put together. These high motor, physical, highly productive, high character, blue collar type players. I'm like, okay, I've got if the next guy follows that theme, that's it. And I'm just like, this is so far an A grade on the draft, but it has to be this next pick that proves it to me. To prove that my theme is correct.
I said last night, I want a receiver on day 2, but also when they got on the clock, Jaden Higgins went earlier than I thought he would. Luther Burton came off right before. I would have been fine with Jalen Noel out of Iowa State. I really like Jalen Royals. Some people would have called it a relief.
I like him too.
But also, there weren't any super obvious receiver picks right there. And Ezaraku was such a great value pick because he probably should have been a first-round pick to get him.
I think so. Yeah, I'm
To
totally
all
with
of
you on
our
that day.
fans, you look amazing out there, and you look even better filling our stadiums on game day. So thank you for that. With the 65th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Darius Alexander, defensive tackle from.
Jeez, that's a good pick for the Giants.
I love Darius Alexander.
So here's one for you. PFF have given grades for the second round pick, and Dallas they've given the best one. They're like, this is our best pick of the. So they had him 17th on their board.
Yeah.
And they're saying this is the best pick of the second round. A 26% pass rush win rate.
Wow. 16.5 sacks. That's
Yeah, tied with 21 tackles for a loss.
Mm-hmm.
And 80 combined tackles. Like a defensive end with 80 tackles. That's like linebacker
That's
stats.
linebacker numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's linebacker numbers, but with defensive end pass rush stats. It's like, wow.
Wait, where did you say PFF had him on their board?
17.
That's exactly where I had him too. Yeah. Great player. Really big fan of him.
29th on my board.
Still pretty. I mean, getting the 29th player of 44.
Yeah.
And just to point out, the Shadur Sanders meme needs to be changed to round 3 now.
Oh yeah, I'll put that up.
The Kansas City Chiefs.
Here's a funny one for you, Dave.
Ashton Gelati, defensive end.
Oh, the edge rusher from Louisville. Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Here's a funny one you like. You know, you said about what I've just noticed on my board now. I've gone to go and check. So Donovan Ezeraku is 29th on my board. Tyler Booker, 30th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, Ezeraku's the better player. If you switch them and like
exactly.
they put Ezeraku in the first, we're
this
happy.
Is my point.
Booker in the second, we're really happy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This is like the thing I was just about to say is if you switch those picks, I know it's kind of crazy to say and all the rest of it, but you do that, you kind of go, well, okay, we've got.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
I've got second round grades on them both.
Okay, we're now officially in the round 3.
Third pick of the round 3.
Yeah.
There we go. And Marcus is going to join us to round everything off. He's back.
There he is. He's back.
He's joining us just as we're about to hit 11,000 people on the.
Oh wow! Congratulations, guys.
Oh no, it's because of the special guests we have on. We're nothing. We're misnomers in all of this. You guys are what it's all about.
Yes, exactly. 10,969 people watching on X right now.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
That's amazing.
It's you guys. You're the foundation of it all.
Yeah. You're welcome.
That's all right. Yeah, you bring the following. You set the tone.
A lot of running backs left, boys.
Caleb Johnson's still there.
Cam Scadaboo still there.
Yeah.
So
I was sitting there at like pick 42, and I'm like, I don't care about positional value. If they take Scadaboo here, like I'm having a good day. But, I'll take Ezeraku too. So
I was going to wait for you to come back, Marcus, before I did this. Right? Okay. I thought this would be a bit of fun because I keep rolling stats out to you on Ezeraku. He was the Ted Hendricks Award winner. Okay. I'm about to reel off the past winners of that award. Are you ready?
No, what is that award for? Top defensive end or
top
something?
defensive end in the country? Yeah,
okay.
So country, yeah.
Gotcha.
So it's Latea Latu, Caleb Murphy, Aiden Hutchinson, Chase Young, Bradley Chubb, Jonathan Allen, Carl Nassib, Jadeveon Clowney, Elvis Dumerville, and Terrell Suggs.
Most of that list was top 5 picks.
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly.
All right.
But all productive NFL players.
Mm-hmm.
You said Carl Nassib was one of them, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
Man, forgot about him. I remember watching him on Hard Knocks, giving financial advice to the.
Yeah, that's right, man. That's going back some years.
Yeah.
That was the year when Antonio Brown was there, was it not?
No, he was with the Browns at that point.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the Browns one. As the year Baker Mayfield
about 8-9 years ago.
Yeah.
That was Hugh Jackson's last year.
Yeah.
That was Baker Mayfield's rookie.
Baker's.
Yeah, Baker's
and
rookie
Hugh
year.
Jackson started the series off by getting baptized in a river.
Yes.
And then you had the all I remember is the offensive line coach. Everyone said, "Hut." His belly would go up and down.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
I remember the argument between Hugh Jackson and Todd Haley, and all the other coaches are just sitting there like, well, "This is awkward. It's not going to be a good year."
Okay, right now we're talking wide receiver at this point, right? And I'm gonna ask you, Dave, and then I'll ask you as well, Marcus, and the rest of you guys, and everyone watching at home. wide receivers are coming off the board. People are in a panic. Me and Paul have talked about this. How do we feel, though, if we went a different way and went with Harold Fanning Jr. from Bowling Green?
I'm down.
It's a pass catching option.
Yeah. I mean,
production.
Yesterday I wanted Tyler Warren when he was on the board.
I did too.
I mean, and I was like, he's not a receiver, but he basically is. He does for your offense what a receiver does.
Yeah.
Right. If he gives you,
You think Shoddy wouldn't like to play more 12 personnel?
Thanks to the Browns
He'd
trade.
have to agree with that.
With the 67th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Harold Fanning Jr.
Oh, you cannot write that, mate.
We're jinxed. We have got to stop talking about players we like.
My God.
What are the odds of that happening?
What is,
I know.
Jamie, what is the odds of that? Jeez.
And considering they have Njoku,
yeah,
another tight end that high.
Yeah.
He's going to just be a weapon for them, which makes sense.
Yep.
Different style of tight end compared to Njoku. Completely different.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's NFL saying that he's an Antonio Gates light. So, I mean,
So who's throwing him the ball in Cleveland? That's a better question.
Kenny Pickett.
Kenny Pickett.
Yep.
Tiny hand Pickett.
Cleveland having more third round picks for another quarterback that's been sitting out there for quite a while.
And we are officially in the third round, so there you go, mate. You can now officially retweet that guy that mocked you about Shadur Sanders.
I'll have to search it and find it. Yeah.
Did you see this?
I know.
This might be here with the Raiders.
You guys are incredible. After the last pick, I went out there. I almost didn't make it back. I love you guys.
Terrible
There is
power.
no better
If he
team
takes
sport in
Shadur
the
Sanders,
world than
I bet
professional
you
football. Do you agree?
Jeff Reinbold comes back on this show.
And there are no
Yeah.
fans in the world
Yeah.
than NFL
100%.
fans. Do you agree?
I mean, Shadur would be such a Pete Carroll pick too. Like,
I'm thrilled to get the privilege
he
to
loves
another young
those.
man
He
into
loves
the
those
silver and black.
interesting
I believe
personalities.
He has a
The
commitment.
only issue I got is
We are
imagine
thrilled
a
to
guy
get
with that
with
character
the
in the
68th
city of
pick in the
Vegas
2025
with that money.
NFL Draft.
Yeah.
I
The
do.
Las
I know.
Vegas Raiders select Darian Porter, defensive back.
No, what a
Ohio
quarterback.
State.
I love Porter.
So Pete,
Let's go.
I had him. I said before the combine, I was like, I bet you that dude runs the fastest 40 in the combine. He almost did. He was third.
Yeah.
All right. So I understand Revel has the injury concerns, but what's going on with Thomas?
Which one now? Hold on. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's because he is very niche. He's a slot only nickelback corner.
Okay.
That's his trouble.
Okay. Well, we definitely need one. So
we definitely, and I've said that. I was like,
Yeah, and his brother plays on the Cowboys.
Exactly.
Yep.
And I tagged him once, and he liked it. And I was like, that means we're best friends now.
Man, Darian Porter is such a Pete Carroll guy too. Tall, long, fast corner.
Yeah, it's rangy and speedy. Yeah. Hold on, gonna sneeze.
Yeah, I don't think the Raiders are going to be that good this year just based on their talent, but I'm excited about their future.
Yeah.
Build it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the fact that they kept Patrick Graham as their DC too, because I expected anywhere Pete Carroll goes, he's bringing in Ken Norton Jr., Clint Hurts, some guy that he's worked with in the past, but Pat Graham's a great DC, and for him to say, look, I'm just going to keep this guy even though I don't have any connection, and then Chip Kelly is your offensive coordinator. I'm excited to see what they build.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Pete Carroll hiring is to clear out all the bad chemistry, all that sort of stuff. Get the culture right, and then you pass it on to somebody who's ready to take it to the next level. So
that's kind of my thing, right? It's okay. It's all right.
Well,
We still
picks are
have
coming in
someone
faster now.
special helping you with the Patriots pick, coming all the way from.
Where did you say Ding had Ezeraku ranked?
I heard
Dave?
London, I heard
22.
NFL, and I figured those
Thank you very
tickets are going to sell out fast. So, thought I'd come a few months early ahead of the London game.
Oh God, too cringe.
So since I've been gone, have you guys changed your thoughts on where Dallas goes at 76?
It's the big question mark. I have no idea where we're going to go with this one, if I'm being honest with you, Marcus.
Yeah, no.
Oh, wait. Oh, crap. Sorry. Hold on.
Cam Scatterboo's still available.
Ninth pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Kyle Williams, wide receiver, Washington.
That's it. That's a good pick.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
That's a really good pick.
Man, Drake May's getting a lot of support.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Will Campbell blocking for you. Trayvon Henderson to do everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Patriots and the Bears know how to do it when you got a young quarterback. Just get them help.
Man, the Bears are going to score 40 a game. They get Loveland in the first. They get Luther Burden. Ben Johnson he's got a plan for both those guys, and he's already got DJ Moore, Romo Dunze.
Yeah.
Don't trade. Detroit's up.
Wow, that's something, because I mean, obviously the Jacksonville Jaguars haven't been on the clock since pick 2.
The Bears still have Komet, right? He was the free agent, was he? Cole Komet.
I got him. He signed an extension, I think, last year.
That's a lot of talent at the skill position on one team.
Okay.
I wonder where the Bears are going. I mean, the Lions.
Jaguars aren't going to pick until
Maybe receiver. Maybe this is where the receiver run starts.
Travis Hunter
Yeah.
last night.
Packer Nation, what's up? 2-0 in this place. It feels amazing. 1 year ago on this weekend, I cried because I thought I was going to be a Packer. But the Kings came to save me. Detroit, baby, one pride.
Wow.
Pipe down. The Jacksonville Jaguars have traded the 70th pick to the Detroit Lions. Let's see who my future teammate will be. With the 70th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Isaac Sisla, wide receiver, Arkansas.
Oh.
One pride.
Interesting.
Traits guy.
Yeah.
But a traits guy in the 3rd round. I mean,
me and LP are currently in trade talks at the moment.
Who? What?
Me and LP Cruz from Blocking the Voice.
All right.
He wants to swap articles, so I'm in trade talks right now.
All right.
Is Jalen Noel still available? He didn't go in the 2nd, did he?
He's still available.
He's still there.
Just thinking that, because we're obviously so far in the 3rd, and I know we've been saying that Ravel could be a kind of.
Wow! The Jags get the 102nd and 2 2026 3rd rounders.
Wow!
Jeez. We have officially hit 11,000.
5 picks away.
Almost there.
Is this the black and gold for Sanders? Who knows?
Oh no!
After they take Shuck.
Here's one for you.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
I mean,
that was a surprise. That was
Washington
a surprise.
took RG3 and then Cousins in the 4th, so it's been done.
Right. I need to start updating my board. I've totally neglected this.
Noel is still available. Royals is available.
Yep.
Tez Johnson played for Junior Adams.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Tez is
I had him I mocked him in the 3rd round to us a while back, and the comments just like were flaming me for it. They were because he had like just done his pro day and he didn't have a great 40, and everyone was like, 3rd round pick for a guy who can't run. I was like, have you seen him play?
Right. People who say that.
The thing is, though, everyone talks about speed this and speed that. It's like if the wide receiver can create separation, you take him.
Yeah.
Like because everyone was talking about Respeto from Miami. Like he's not the fastest guy, but by God, he can actually create some separation and actually get open. That's what you want.
He said after that, he was like, I tweaked my hamstring on the first 40 run, and then I tried to go through, like play through it. I mean, he's faster than what he tested.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Does the value of Reveille outweigh the risk of it being a 3rd rounder? Would you take a punt?
I would not touch Reveille.
I just don't want any.
I don't want to
with questions.
Yeah, I want to get away from the question marks on players,
especially at corner, because we got a bunch of them already.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we haven't got enough trouble with players, especially with knees.
Yeah. Here's my thing with Reveille. The doctor who did his surgery is the Cowboys team doctor. So if they take him, they know better than anybody what they're getting. Yep. And if they don't take him, then we know why.
Right.
So if they're willing to take the gamble, I love the player. If they think that he's physically fine, I'm down for it.
Lauren, can you do me a favor? Can you go into X and go to Kyle Yeoman's page and get the 10 players list that he mentioned for the 3rd round?
Right, give me 2 6.
It should be like 2nd round players and 3rd round players. Like it mentions Judkins, Henderson, Schweizinger and stuff. I can't remember who's on the 3rd round.
Right, give me 2 6.
Because there was a few wide receivers on there.
Oh, what have I done?
Kyle, right, okay.
So, when does the running back run happen? We've been kind of waiting for it all night. When does it finally happen?
I think it's coming.
Tootin' Ollie Gordon or something like that, possibly.
Right.
Devin Neal from Kansas.
Yep. So let's see. 10 names. 10 day 2 names for Cowboys Nation to keep an eye on. Trevion Henderson gone. Quinton Judkins gone. Reveille. Carson Schweizinger, he's gone. Trey Harris, wide receiver, Ole Miss.
He's gone.
I think he's gone. Darius Alexander.
Gone.
Alfred Collins. Jaden Higgins, wide receiver, Iowa State.
He's gone.
Quincy Riley, and then Kyle Williams, Washington State.
With the 71st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Vernon Broughton, defensive end, Texas.
Vernon Broughton from Texas.
Can you tell them to stop drafting for a minute so I can update my board?
We're putting a call to the commissioner right now.
Thank you very much. I know they listen to you, mate. Oh, no, what have I done?
Oh, man. They just had to show a highlight against my Sun Devils. From the Peach Bowl. It was targeting.
Sup, Jeffrey? How we doing? Melville will go before Thomas or Reveille. Can Jaron not get itchy with Sanders? Stop trolling, Brian. Seriously. Well, we're not far away from the pick anyway, boys.
The only way you're taking Sanders is if he falls to the 5th round.
Even then, I mean, Jerry would do it for the media circus, but I wouldn't want that.
It's the complete opposite to what you want with the first 2 picks.
Right.
Yeah.
Buffalo Bills for having me out to make this pick. Being a graduate of Wisconsin, I know how y'all party in Green Bay. Y'all doing it right. Y'all doing it right.
With the 72nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Landon Jackson.
Oh wow,
defensive end.
that's a great value pick. for the
Another
Bills.
traits guy. Arkansas has a lot of them. Didn't he run like a 4.6 at 6'6", 6
Yeah,
feet?
something crazy like that. Yeah,
Something ridiculous. Yeah,
for how big he is too.
he looks like a professional wrestler.
Well, we did have Seth Rollins out on stage earlier.
Yeah. Was Dylan Sampson one of the 30 visits, or did he get an interview?
Sampson from Tennessee?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Just a minute.
It would be an intriguing pick, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but Bills have went all defense. Landon Jackson, Hairston, Landon.
They should be good on defense.
And TG Sanders.
And they got a pretty good quarterback too.
They sure do.
I feel like the Cowboys probably might go running back here because they don't have the 4th round pick. They don't pick until the 5th.
Yep.
Yeah.
And if they, that's such a chance for a run to happen into the 3rd, the 4th.
This is 25 years for me getting drafted. I want to give a shout out to Sean Ellis. I want to give a shout out to Chad Pennington and Anthony Beck, the 4 first-round picks we had in 2000. And also we got a free 99. We got a 3rd round pick for Lavernius Cole from Florida State.
25 years ago,
With that being said, with the 73rd pick in the 2025 NFL draft, the New York Jets select Azaria Thomas, DB, Florida State.
Oh.
Represent, man, represent.
There he goes.
That's one of his brother.
Man, him with Aaron Glenn is a good fit. He's going to coach him up real good. And Steve Wilkes, he's the DC there. He's a DB guy too.
Yeah, and you guys said he was a pure nickel. He slides right into that nickel spot.
That's because we talked about him about 5 minutes ago.
Yep.
Told you, let's stop talking about players we like.
Yeah.
We talked about
any players for the next 2 picks.
Yeah. Let's just not talk until the pick comes in.
We'll all sit here in silence.
Yeah.
So Denver have now got the running back. They've got RJ Harvey now. So that's out the question.
And San Fran has McCaffrey.
Yep.
And the 2nd round pick from last year, what's his name? Guerrero.
Guerrendo. Yeah.
Guerrendo. Yeah.
Forgot about him.
What would be a position here would you be all pissed with if the cap? Take out quarterback because we'll stop beating that drum. But what position would you really be frustrated if the Cowboys took here?
As much as I love this player, I would be mad if we actually picked my guy Wyatt Millam. I would be pissed off because we've addressed the O-line already. Like I'm a big Wyatt Millam fan. I would love him to be a Cowboy, but not now because of what we just did in the 1st round.
I agree with that. I love Wyatt too. I had a mock back in like late December where I took him in the 1st round. And I was like, I don't know where everyone's gonna fall at this point, but he's got that dog in him. I'll take him.
Yeah, never ever given up a sack. Like so little pressures in college. He's just pure. Oh, he's just so good, man. I just don't understand why.
Well, you're taking him for depth at this point. You've got your 5.
Yeah.
Can he play tackle? Or is he a pure guard?
He can play tackle, but I'm pretty sure you can shift him back inside. I'm pretty sure he had snaps at the Senior Bowl and stuff like that as well.
Yeah.
So
He does have short arms too.
Yeah.
Yep. So it would fit into guard pretty well.
Okay. Well, we got enough of those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he can play a tackle too, but
okay.
I think the short arms thing is overrated.
Yeah, like he's got the height for tackle for sure. He's a really tall kid, really tall.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you can move laterally to get to your spot in time, you don't necessarily need the arm length. Because if you're relying on your arms to reach out there, you're just going to get a bunch of holding calls.
Yeah. I completely agree with that.
But if you're slow, like Tyler Smith was his rookie year. You're going to get a lot of holding calls
Yeah.
no matter how long your arms are.
Just wait for the Broncos.
It also depends on what type of pass sets you do too.
Yeah.
Because if you're doing vertical sets where you're getting all the way back, you do kind of want those long arms. But if you're doing jump sets, you can kind of get away with shorter arms, kind of like how the tackle with the Chargers does. I'm going blank while I'm live. I always do that.
Slater?
That's standard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a big jump set guy.
Mm-hmm. I'm really curious to see how our O-line does with their pass protection this year, because I mean they leave their tackles on an island all the time.
Yeah.
They did it under Jason Garrett, did it under Mike McCarthy, with a bunch of different O-line coaches in there. And Connor Riley, I mean,
it's a great.
We know what his offensive lines look like in college, but also it's a completely different game with I mean, these offensive lines in college have these like really wide splits and
yeah.
It's the fact also with Clayton Adams, former O-line coach for the Cardinals as well. So we've basically got two offensive line coaches technically.
Right.
So we're really are going to be bringing the heat where it comes to our O-line this year. So I'm excited for that.
And Clayton Adams, if you look at Arizona's offensive line, it's nothing special. There's nobody who stands out as a great pick, but you know they buy the time for Murray to run around and you know find space and everything like that. So, you know, and you know they are mobile. He has them moving. He has them. You know, it's almost like the sort of Shanahan offense with the zone blocking, that sort of thing. So and lots of agility. So
well,
I mean,
and Adams also, majority of his coaching career came in the college ranks too. He had a little bit of a stint in Indianapolis and then was with the Cardinals the last couple of years.
Ty Felton.
It's one option.
Jalen Royals there.
I don't like Felton that much, but
I'm convinced we're trading or signing a wide receiver. I think they're going to give Mingo every shot to be the X and bring in a security blanket just in case he completely flops.
Maybe they think Paris Campbell is a security blanket.
Yeah.
Oh my!
I honestly believe that this
74th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Pat Bryant, wide receiver,
from Illinois.
He's a fun player.
Yeah.
There we go. I'm back up. My mouse just died on me as we were talking. Get rid of that. Back in again.
All right, they're digging really deep in the bag. Now, I don't know a lot about Pat Bryant. Could somebody tell me something about him?
1 minute.
Second team all Big Ten, I believe.
So PFF are saying former 3-star recruit who worked his way into being the focal point of Illinois' passing attack. His frame lends himself to be the possession receiver label. Strong player with good catch rates through contact and open targets. He's more nuanced in his release and routes than is typical for an ex-receiver. Does lack the long speed to be a constant threat up the sideline, but can generate separation
vertically.
Yeah.
All of it is code for he ran a slow 40.
Yeah, I got this for you. I got this for you. Nice and easy. Nice, easy comp for you, Marcus.
They're collecting
Alshon
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey.
Sutton's a big receiver for him. Devon Vele, and now you're adding in Pat Bryant.
How's it going? 25 years since I've been here. Let's go Bay Area. With the 75th pick in the 2025 draft, San Francisco 49ers select Nick Martin.
Nice.
Oklahoma State, linebacker.
Greenlaw's go.
All right, folks. Cowboys are up next, folks. The Cowboys are up.
Didn't they take linebacker in the first round?
They've obviously made the pick because they're on the phone and Stephen Jones is doing the truffle shuffle. Honestly, you need to see what he's just done. I mean, it's.
Please tell me he actually pulled the shirt up as well.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. But he's
Right,
like,
so Caleb Johnson is
The pick is
available.
officially in. The pick is in. They've made the pick.
Oh.
What are we calling?
If this is Caleb Johnson, I am going to lose my mind. I really am.
I think it's a running back. I don't know which running back, but I think it's
I agree.
a running back.
Johnson or Saxon?
It could just as easily be Giddens.
I like Giddens. I'd be happy with Giddens.
Scabo makes a lot of sense.
I love
Scabo.
Yeah. And like Scabo, rushing touchdowns, receiving touchdowns, and a passing touchdown, which was against the Longhorns.
The Super Cowboy.
I know what we're saying it, but he absolutely tore the Cowboys on that drive.
Longhorns.
Yeah.
Longhorns, yeah.
He had a massive motor. That's the kind of guy we need.
Wide receiver, cornerback is a.
Here we go, guys. Here we go. One truth.
Boys' third pick of this draft.
Come on.
I miss Travis.
Beautiful night out here in Green Bay, huh?
He looks good.
With the 76th
Oh, no.
pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Savon Revel Jr., defensive back from East
Okay, no, I'm fine with that.
Oh,
I'm
no.
Now he is.
Look, you're talking about a guy who's a first-round cornerback, but
no, mate, you weren't saying that earlier. No, I'm not. No cap, Mike. No, I'm not letting you get away with this. I'm not trying to make you turn something you were saying 15 minutes ago as a negative into a positive.
I agree.
No,
I agree with you that you want safe, but what I'm saying is that Revel is a first-round cornerback. But you drop him down 2 rounds for bad injuries. Generally, that's how they do it. But I'm on the fence with the pick because of injuries. Injury history is a big thing.
So when did he tear the ACL?
Last year.
Like towards the beginning of the year. Like I think it was in week 2.
Like week 5. I think it was after the week 5 game. He did it in practice. So he played in the week 5 game. Solid game from him, and then in practice, then down he goes.
Okay. I mean, I like Siobhan River. I do.
We all like him for sure.
We all like him. We can all agree. Yeah, he would have been a first-round player if he wasn't injured all the
that's
time.
what I'm saying. Yeah.
But that's the problem. This derails what we've been trying to do the past 2 rounds. Players that are going to be on the field.
It was after the 3rd game of the season where he got hurt.
Oh, it was the 3rd. I thought it was the 5th.
So,
no, 3rd.
Mid-September is when he tore his ACL.
So he'll be a pup guy. We'll get to see him this year.
Yeah, we should see him play this year.
I think what they were saying is that his estimated time to be like doing football work was like around about just before camp.
Mm-hmm.
So he'll probably be like a sort of a guy who's put on pup sort of thing, but then he'd be taken off before the season starts.
Mm-hmm. Looking at the way this draft is panning out, man, we really needed that 4th rounder because we're only 5 running backs in. We're only 5 running backs in right now. We could, all these guys we just talked about, they may still be available in where we picked that in the 4th.
I mean, I'm still seeing rumors. There's still rumors of us trading for Pickens from the Steelers. What?
That'd be fun. I'm down.
It would be fun. But at what cost? At what cost?
I mean, they want to get tougher. They want to get more physical. There's no receiver that's more tough and physical than George Pickens.
Yeah.
But again, you're talking about bringing in the right guys, and leaders and all that.
Character guys, yeah.
This is another guy that, when things weren't going right in Pittsburgh, he was moaning about things. He was going on things like the equivalent of Micah Parsons' podcast, and bemoaning the fact that he's not getting the ball, or Justin Fields was the better quarterback than Wilson, or whatever it was he was moaning about. He was trying to get his name out there, and
I can't believe we passed up on Caleb Johnson. and even Cam Scatterborough in the third round. I can't believe that.
Yep.
I mean, they're looking at it and saying, I mean, we've all talked about how this running back class is so deep.
Yeah.
And here we are in the third round, and only a couple of them have gone.
Yep.
The Cowboys might be saying, hey, I know we don't pick till the 5th round, but all of these guys are still here, and it's a deep class.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there's the SMU running back. There's Devin Neal. There's Tootin. There's I mean, there is still a lot of running backs that can be the guy. Like, just because they're a 5th round pick doesn't mean to say they can be our starter.
Yeah.
Like,
I'll tell you one guy I really like that I feel like nobody's talked about, like in all of draft media, is LaQuint Allen out of Syracuse.
Yes, I like LaQuint. I like him.
I mean, he's so much fun. You watch him play, and when I watched him, and he's one of, I think I might get this wrong, but he's one of like 3 players in this draft that won't turn 21 until later this summer. So just in terms of like youth being like before he's even really like all the way grown, like long-term investment, you get a young guy with a lot of talent, good experience playing at a Power 4 program, dynamite with the ball as a pass catcher too.
I've just seen something in one of my group chats on WhatsApp. We're approaching the range where Shadur's jewelry is worth multiples of his contract.
Wow.
Do you think the Cowboys are done for that? Do you think that's it, or do you think we could?
I
see
don't
it?
know. Like, we might trade back into the 3rd, but with what though?
Yeah, with what?
You're talking about either giving up something next year again, or you're talking about
trade a player.
Trade a player, or wiping yourself out of the
those comp picks too. I mean, you'd need a team that doesn't really need isn't looking for a huge return, but could happen.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, to go from so what, we've got 2 picks in the 5th round, to go from using one of those up, you're probably talking about wiping yourself out of the 3 picks you have in the 7th or something like that, you know.
I mean, this is going to be the whole talk of this draft, and Mel Kiper is going to lose his hairline even more.
Yeah.
By the way, with Ravel, Dane Brugler had him at 62 on his board, so another good value pick.
Whoop. Yeah, that's the run audio.
In the 2025 NFL Draft,
50 seconds on my board.
Jordan Birch, linebacker, Oregon.
Jordan Birch.
You gotta get it.
I'm surprised. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. Who I'm surprised has not been picked yet is Jeffrey Bassa from Oregon. I'm pretty surprised about that.
I'd love for us to get him. I
tell you what though, Jamie, who I would love to have if he's there in the 5th round, Kobe freaking King from Penn State. I would love to have him. I don't know how you feel about that, David, but I like him, and obviously with him and Abdul Carter, he was one of the main. I thought he was one of the reasons why he stopped Ashton Genty in that game.
I wouldn't hate it. But I wouldn't be as excited as you. But I mean, Penn State
for a 5th rounder, it's great.
Yeah, Penn State defenders are never a bad idea, really. But I don't know. At this point, I want to go running back in the 5th. But I mean, Kobe King he's very athletic. He's what you need. But I don't know. I'm not sure if he's going to maximize his potential with Eberflus, though.
Did we miss the announcement of the Panthers pick?
With the 17th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Jalen Noel, wide receiver.
Whoa, they doubled up on wide receiver.
Wow.
That's a 3rd Iowa State.
Wow.
Didn't they take his teammate in the 2nd?
Let me just see.
They took Jaden Higgins, right?
Yep.
Yeah, they took Jaden Higgins. That's what I
Yeah,
thought.
Higgins and Noel, and they got Tank Dell and who's the other guy?
Oh, the big play receiver.
Yeah, shoot, what's his name?
Nico
Collins.
Nico Collins, yeah.
Nico. Yep.
Man, so they got four pretty good receivers now.
Will Tank Dell
And
be
the
ready
best
for the
tight end in
season?
the NFL, Dalton Schultz.
Tank Dell may not be ready for the season though, so they'll definitely need Noel to step in. That's a loaded receiving core though.
Yeah. Both Iowa State guys.
Yeah.
Iowa State was a lot of fun to watch this past year. I don't know how many of you guys watch Cyclones games, but I mean, everyone's heard about their coach Matt Campbell, how good he's done, turning that program into a perennial bowl team. This is the first time in program history they had double-digit wins. It was a really, really good roster.
Alternation, I had to double back. With the 80th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Justin Wally, defensive back, Minnesota.
Okay. Another guy I don't know much about.
Yeah, again, I'll just bring up what PFF says about him. In fact, doesn't say much about him. Smart, experienced cornerback whose movement skills and anticipation are pro-ready. He does his best work when protected from physical matchups.
Okay.
As his lack of strength can show up.
Small nickel corner. Got it.
Yeah. So, 5'11", 195. The PFF had them at 136 on their big board.
Okay.
So
Jaden Brugler gave him a 6th round grade too. Said he doesn't stand out with top tier size or special traits, but he's competitive with a natural coverage.
Sorry, Joe. Will Johnson's long gone. He was picked really much earlier on.
Where did Will Johnson?
The Cardinals went to.
I think it was I think it was the Cardinals he went to. Yeah.
Yeah, the Cardinals picked him. He's the new pope.
Yeah.
They
picked him.
Pick 47.
Yeah, pick number 47th. Yeah. Oh, here comes the Bengals again.
All right, so since we've gone through all Dallas's picks, so we can't jinx ourselves. Who's a guy that hasn't been picked that you guys are shocked hasn't been picked yet?
Sorry, 2 seconds.
We can wait after
With the
this pick.
81st pick
Jalen Milroe.
in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Darian Fairchild, guard, Georgia.
Sorry, what was the question, Marcus?
Who's a guy who hasn't been picked so far that you're surprised about?
Jalen Milroe, I would say.
Okay.
And Milroe came to the
draft.
draft. He was sitting in the green room. I don't know if he's still in the green room, but he was there.
Very unlikely.
Yeah.
Somebody really read the room wrong on that one.
I thought for sure he was going to be
a Steeler,
early second round pick,
yeah,
if not a first round pick, because he's one of those guys that he has all the physical tools. He's just got to fine tune his throwing motion a little bit. I thought the Browns might take him with one of their picks at the start of the second round because their offensive coordinator coached him in 23. And that was Milroe's best statistical season. I was like, he knows how to get the best out of him.
Yeah, Fairchild's a good wrestler.
It was physical, right?
Man, how great was the Tate Ratledge pick for the Lions?
I know, right?
The most Dan Campbell player.
Yes.
Oh. That was a great pick for the Lions. It really was.
Yeah.
If we didn't do Booker, I would love to have had Routledge. Love to have had him.
That's honestly one of the reasons I didn't love the Booker pick was because I was like, you can get Tate Ratledge in the second, maybe the third.
Yep. I'm just surprised we haven't seen more running backs going off the board so far.
Yeah.
You know, the fact that Scatterbo's still there, Caleb Johnson's still there. You've got this Dylan Sampson as well, and all these guys. I mean, it's.
Do you think when the next one gets taken over, that's when you're going to get the run, and then all of a sudden teams are going to panic and?
Yeah, I think the next one that goes is going to set it all off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, who have we got? Pittsburgh. Oh, Pittsburgh next. Quarterback.
Surely, but I mean, yeah,
has to be. Is it Milrow? Is it Sanders?
I mean, neither of them are really good fits for Arthur Smith.
That's true.
Yep.
Is Kyle McCord still around?
See,
Yeah.
I was saying
Could
that
be
earlier.
Kyle McCord.
I think Kyle McCord could be the next one.
Man, if Kyle McCord goes ahead of Shedeur Sanders, all due respect to Kyle McCord, but wow.
I can understand why though.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like it's maybe not so much the playing ability, but it's how you get on with people. Like Sanders has issues with that. That's
Well,
why
I don't even know what Kyle McCord's dad's name is.
Do you think some of the reason Sanders is dropping is because of Dio? Because of how
100%.
Yeah.
The whole thing, I think it's deeper than that. I think Dion isn't helping. The whole Colorado with the situation there isn't helping, and I just think it's a culmination of the whole shebang.
Yeah, it's sending a message, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Did you see one of the tweets? Did you see the tweet you put out saying today's going to be a great day? And some guy quote tweeted, "What about tomorrow?"
I think as well the whole, you know, you were talking about Shedeur being a sort of Manning type thing where they were going to say, you know, if he's selected by the wrong team, he's not going to play for them and all this sort of stuff. I think that started the whole free fall for him. No,
Get ready, who's about to join us. The energy level's about to rise, guys.
Okay.
I just got a message.
Next.
God.
No, Mike Tag.
Nope.
Oh!
Get your door frames ready.
With the 82nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Kevin Winston Jr.
Oh, nice.
That's a good pick. Good pick.
Yeah.
Safety.
Nice pick.
Yeah.
And how's he still available?
Well, I mean, yeah, 33rd
Why
on
am
the
I on
PFF
here?
big board.
I thought this guy was in a lot for the second round. I'm surprised you dropped this far.
Yeah.
I mean, top guys on the PFF big board at the moment, because I'm sort of keeping everything going with the draft, with the mock draft. So you got Alec Ayamanor from Stanford, Xavier Watts, Notre Dame safety, Shedeur Sanders, Braden Swinson, the edge at
Swinson from LSU. Ooh.
LSU, Scatterbo, Sampson, Caleb Johnson, Jalen Royals, Jared Ivey. I mean, they're all ranked ahead of where we are at the moment with pick 83. So,
well, here comes the Steelers pick. Is it going to be quarterback, ladies and gentlemen?
Yeah. Okay, let's see.
Deliver the latest selection.
Thank you very much. With the 83rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers, looking to be dominant once again, select Caleb Johnson, running back.
Wow.
It's stop talking.
I saw it like 2 seconds before it played on the audio, and I was just waiting for the reactions.
Steelers
he's going from black and gold in college to black and gold in
black and yellow.
It's
Black
such a
and
great
yellow.
pick for the Steelers.
That's a fantastic pick.
Yes, it is.
He's such an exciting player to watch, isn't he?
They got themselves an absolute. Oh, look at
Yes! What is up?
A nice room.
What's going on, man? What's going on, fellas?
Yeah, you're right, bro. Long time no speak. How we doing?
I'm hoping you guys can help fill me in, maybe build me up a little bit. I've been preaching about playmakers and haven't seen us get any yet on the offensive side. So, what's going on with this team? Are we okay?
We're good.
First two picks, yeah, like Booker. Like at the time, I was a wee bit upset, but now thinking about it, I'm a lot happier about it. But the second round pick, very happy, very, very happy.
Mm-hmm.
But the Rebel pick,
we're split on it. I like the pick.
I picked.
I
feel pretty good. I got one right.
I picked the Rebel
We got another hot one, Tampa Bay. We burning hot right now with the 84th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Jacob Parrish, DB, Kansas State.
Jacob Parrish.
But let me ask you guys, like the only thing, and to get your all's opinion, you guys know it is in the free agency, we signed some DNs and we signed some offensive line, and that's kind of who we're drafting. So I guess I would feel better if maybe we would have signed a veteran receiver, maybe shore up some of those. I know they signed a couple running backs. I still hope they get a running back. I'm kind of losing hope a little bit, but I hope they come back and get a running back, maybe trade up in the fourth or do something. I know Tootin's the guy that's out there. I'm the U, so I'm feeling Damian Martinez, but I don't think he'll be there if they stay in the fifth round. But
sorry, guys, there's been a trade by the Kansas City Chiefs.
Okay. So, Mike, let me give you a little bit of hope. So we've been talking about running back pretty much all night. There's only been 6 taken. And we're at the end of the third round. So there's really only 1 round left. So unless they just wipe the board out in the 4th round and take 5 or 6 running backs, there'll still be a decent quality running back for us there in the 5th round. And we got a little bit of firepower in the 5th round. So if we need to move up a little bit, we can still go get a guy that we like.
And I've gone through this, right, Mike? I've gone through the list.
The New England Patriots have traded the 85th pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. With the 85th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Noel Williams, defensive back, California.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
I said this, Mike, that I went through my board. This is going before the draft. And I went through it, and I got to the 12th running back before I was like, that's an RB1. On most NFL teams.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So once you get to 13, 14, you have to squint a little bit, But like when you think we're only halfway through what I feel is a sort, because I think what most people are doing, which is why there hasn't been that many running backs gone as well, is that it's such a deep class that people just like, we'll just wait on it. There's no point in going early. We can hang tight. And I think everybody's in that frame of mind, which falls into Cowboys' lap.
Yeah. No, I think this is the deepest running back class that I can recall.
It's wild.
I'm not as panicky as that. Now, sell me on our receivers. Is Mingo the X factor? I mean, and I think maybe, he was highly touted, coming out of college. He was one of the top 4 or 5 receivers in that draft. The Cowboys, I know, liked him. He came to a bad scenario with all the crap that was going on last season. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's got the makeup. I mean, are we believing in him, or do they got some up their sleeve that we don't know about?
I think the team's believing in him. We don't.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We don't.
Yeah.
That the whole we like our guys thing. I think that's coming into play here.
Yeah, I mean, again, that was a selection, or the trade last year was obviously Jerry let it slip about 5 hours before the trade went through that he was making a trade. again, there's questions. Did Mike McCarthy like the trade? You know, and obviously there was a disconnect between Mike McCarthy and Brian Schottenheimer. Do you think Brian Schottenheimer is going to be able to had a plan for him and it just never materialized? Or but I mean, as I was saying, you know, after today, you don't the players that you sign after today, free agency wise, you don't qualify for the compensatory pick. So you've got guys like Amari Cooper, Keenan Allen that you can pick up as well. And again, even if it's just a stopgap, you got experienced players who are willing to be that number 2 receiver now. They're not they're at a stage of their career where they're not looking to be the prima donna number 1 receiver. So again, that's probably what you're looking at. So
yeah. And I mean, and I wouldn't mind having Amari Cooper back for that 1 year. I wouldn't mind that at all.
No, I if they did that, that makes you feel better, right? I just wish they would have done it. Wish they would have done it before the draft. I'd like them to do it before my season tickets are due next week. I wanted something to feel a little better about, whether they take my money.
Didn't they go up $1,000 this year?
I don't know why if you hear my story, but I have a very bad story about the season tickets.
Oh, no. Hard to bring up a bad memory.
This is my last dance, as they say. I am giving up my seats, and I'm going back to what I used to do, just buy the games. I've never been so disrespected by an organization for just asking a question of the tickets have gone up 20-something%. Just can you help me understand what improvements you made in my game experience? I didn't ask about players. And the response I got basically was, if you want to sell your tickets, here's where you can sell them. Here's our website to sell your PSLs. So I was like, yep, I'll do that. And I'll go to hockey. So, yeah.
Right.
So is what it is.
You're going to still be kicking down doors, though, yeah?
Oh, no. I'm a Cowboys fan. I'm paying and I'm not saying tickets are expensive. The example I'll give is preseason tickets. They're charging me $1,300 for 2 games for 2 seats.
Wow.
For shit. And so I can go buy the games I want to go. I made the investment because I love the Cowboys, obviously. It was a lifelong dream. It was a bucket list thing. I live in Florida, so I want to be able to go to the games that I want to go to, sell the other ones. I sell them to fans at face value. I'm not trying to make any money off it.
Yeah.
But it soured it when this happened, and I can go back to do what I was doing. But it was, So anyway, I still love my.
To be fair, that high price tag for the preseason, that's for the Joe Milton experience.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's true.
You're never going to be able to see that again.
I tell you, I don't know if you guys talked about him, but I like him. I think that was a great trade. What good trade they made.
With the 86th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Jamari Caldwell, D-tackle, Oregon.
There you go.
Big boy.
So, hear me out, right? And you might get upset with me on this one. I'm grading, and I've given the Donovan pick, pick 44. That's an A+ grade, right?
Yep.
Cowboys need cornerback, desperate for them.
Yeah.
You have a guy who was a potential first-round pick. Injuries played his part in bringing that grade down. He's going to be ready for training camp. Cowboys doctors are the guys who have done all the medical care, if you like, with him.
Yep. Dr. Cooper.
Yeah, I mean, this dude is highly productive, even in the season when he only plays 3 games, 2 interceptions and a pick 6 in 2024. And he played 3 games. I mean, is that a B+ or an A- for you guys?
I'm saying B+.
I like the pick where it's at. I mean, it's good.
Yeah.
It's great value with a lot of upside. And like you said, our cornerbacks, we don't know. Now, I hate that we got another, cornerback coming off an injury.
Yeah. That's the one thing I don't like about it.
That's the only, the only thing negative I could say on the pick. Other than that, I mean, the kid's got some talent. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah. I can guarantee already, Jerry's going to say we would have taken him in the second round if it wasn't for Donovan, because a lot of people thought he was going to be a second round guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like you said, Michael, I mean, he was first round talent before the injury.
Definitely.
And with the fact that their team doctor has worked on him, if they're willing to take him, they feel confident that everything's going to work out there. And if he does get back to what he was before the injury, that's a first-round talent at corner, alongside Deron Bland, alongside Diggs when he gets back. You also have a former first-round corner in Elam.
Yeah.
Obviously, he hasn't played like it. But...
And the second-round pick in Andrew Booth Jr., you know.
And Kalen Carson. Everyone loved him in the preseason.
And welcome to Green Bay, everybody.
This is awesome.
With the 87th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Savion Williams.
Wow, another wide receiver.
Oh, Mike, if you want a wide receiver, it sounds like you could put a call in the Green Bay because they have a surplus. And all of their guys were drafted in
Williams. Wow.
All of their receivers were drafted in 2022 or 2023. So you got about 4 receivers minimum in Green Bay who are still under rookie contracts.
Wow.
They got to be letting one of them go. There's no way they can keep them all.
Jerry Kramer, who jumped off sides in the Ice Bowl. Or false started, didn't jump off sides, false started.
Sure, that's no Jalen Tolbert.
No.
I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Green Bay receivers, but just off the top of your head, who do you think will be maybe the odd man out? Is it Christian Watson because of all the injuries?
Yeah.
So,
yeah. And it's definitely not Dobbs.
It has to be.
They love Dobbs.
It's definitely not Dobbs, right? And it's not what's the slot guy?
Reed.
I mean, the only thing with Dobbs is that there was a period last year where he didn't turn up for practice. There was something going on where,
true.
There was some sort of disconnect with LaFleur and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
So,
that's right.
Because again, that's a sort of standing joke on one of the WhatsApp groups, because about 5 people posted the same article at the same time, and it's so it's a joke if you post something that somebody's posted about 5 comments before you're called Dobbsing it. So.
They just signed McCole Hardman earlier in the offseason too.
Yeah.
The hell was that?
I know I heard that.
With the 88th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Khalid Ransall, DB, Tulane.
A lot of DBs going now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've given Dallas Cowboys an overall grade so far for day 2, an A-.
Okay. Well, now you make me feel better, Mike. I like it.
I'm telling you. I mean, like David made the point earlier that even if you're not a fan of the Booker trade, but you are of the Donovan trade in the second round, if you switch those 2 picks around, that makes more sense. And you go, I'm actually happy with that. That would be 2 A grade picks right there. It's just the kind of the way that they've gone about it, the logic of it. But I mean, so far, I mean, even PFF have said it, that the Dallas Cowboys pick of 44 has been their favorite pick of the day 2 draft.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just going back, just get y'all's opinion. If you said it already earlier, I apologize, but we'll go back to running back. I mean, we got the line now, right? They're doing it again. We're going through this Great Wall transformation one more time. So we want to run the football. Do we believe what we have is going to, and I'm talking about identity, and they're looking to break their will. It's the example I gave on an earlier show is you go back to, I know I'm living in the past, but I love the past. Go back to Super Bowl 28 when Dallas was down and they came out of the second half. They ran the same play 8 straight times. They knew they were running. They couldn't stop it. We need that. Is that the identity we're trying to get back to, and do we have the running back? Because it's going to be running back by committee, it sounds like. Do we
It
have
will
running
be,
backs
yeah.
on the team, or who's the running back in the draft that will help finalize that for the Cowboys?
So if it's me, I think it might be Tootin from Virginia Tech.
Yeah. Tootin's class.
Might be him, but I wouldn't mind Scatterbo. I wouldn't mind that.
I'm not a Tootin fan, guys.
So,
man.
Size
Especially for the Cowboys.
Size the concern. Is that what it is?
Honestly, more than anything, the concerns for me with him is the fumbles. 9 fumbles the last 2 years.
Yeah.
And
small hands.
He's the size doesn't concern me, but he plays like he's Derrick Henry. Like he seeks out contact.
Hey guys.
Like he plays like he's a battering ram, but he's not that big.
With the 89th pick in the 2005 draft, the NFL, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Wyatt Milam.
Oh, that's my
Great-
guy.
Great pick.
Yeah, Jaguars got themselves an absolute baller. Wow.
6'6".
What? Yeah. So just so you know, Mike, Wyatt Miller was my pet cat for this year.
It's a fun player.
So
Mike,
who was your pet cat last year?
Last year? Oh God, I can't even remember now.
was it a BB? That was a lot of ours.
I think a lot of us was Cooper Beebe.
That was
Actually,
me.
Yeah.
He was
Make sure
great.
your track record's good.
So Mike, earlier in the show we were talking. The first running back last year, Trey Benson, and we were like, there are a minimum 9 running backs in this draft who we think are better than he was last year.
Yeah.
So there's still some very high quality backs who can come in and start day one.
Yeah, there's
maybe a Miller at the 5th.
Yeah, there's the running back from SMU. There's Devin Neal from Kansas. There's Scatterbo still available.
Yeah,
Trying to think who else. There's
Martinez
from Miami. Yeah.
Trevor Etienne.
Samson Giddens, Devin Neal, Jarquez Hunter, Jaden Blue.
A lot of people like the back from Oregon. What's his name? James.
Jordan James.
Yeah, people like him a lot. Some people
good.
do.
What were you saying there, Mike?
I was just saying it sounds like they're going running back by committee. Is that kind of think what they're going to do? So
Yeah, I think so.
Are you guys believe Javonte Williams? And I loved him in college, man. He destroyed my Hurricanes on the 200 yards. When he's healthy, and by that's a problem, he's a physical, tough running back. So, do you think they're going to go Tootin? You do think they want to, or the kid from SMU, the little bit more speed, different type of running back to give a variety, or
possibly?
I think Miles Sanders can be that more like scat back kind of guy, more pass catching kind of guy too. And I mean, you think about the Eagles and how much success they've had recently with building up in the trenches, both sides of the ball, and then just having a running game that sucks the life out of a defense. First 2 picks they spend it on the trenches, and they have Miles Sanders, who played in Philly, and obviously it didn't work out in Carolina, but you get him, you get Javonte Williams, who, like you said, when he's healthy, he can be that downhill battering ram kind of guy. I think they want to take a running back. I think that they'll have some good options in the 5th round. But honestly, and a lot of people have fought me on this, but I think if they roll out in week 1 with that duo of Williams and Sanders as like their top 2 guys, I'm not going to be mad about it. I mean, there's guys in this draft I would love to have, but I think that they can get by with that just like they got by with Rico Dowdle. Once they made him their RB1 this last year, they were able to run the ball with him. I think they can probably get by with these 2 guys too, if it comes to that.
Especially if you can get this offensive line gelling. I mean, last year, part of it was, Zach Martin didn't. You saw it in that first game against Cleveland where Zach Martin 1-on-1 got beat, and you've never seen that before. And then the running game wasn't anything after that Cleveland game that. Until the Pittsburgh game where, Rico Dowdle came in and you still had all this stuff. Was it Jerry? Was it Mike McCarthy sticking with Zeke? And all this sort of stuff. Well, I know, but and the whole Dalvin Cook sitting on your practice squad and all this sort of stuff. There just wasn't, there wasn't anything consistent there. Where again, if you can get this offensive line sorted out, yes, you can probably go with this running back by committee. I mean, the days of Emmitt Smith and being the bell cow running back, not coming off the field, all that sort of stuff, it's gone. I mean, even Saquon Barkley, for even running for 2,000 yards last year, he was spelled at times where you took him out of the games half the time. So it is going to more of this running back by committee sort of thing across the league.
Yeah. Two quick things to add to that. If you listen to I think Miles Sanders has done 2 interviews since he's been with Dallas.
Yes.
In both of those interviews, he's kind of mentioned that Brian Schottenheimer sat down with him, told him the plan, and said, you're going to be a part of it. So you definitely got to remember that. And Miles Sanders fits their prototype of what they've been describing all offseason.
Yep.
The second thing is Javonte Williams is only 25 years old.
Yeah.
Miles Sanders, 26, 27. So we're not trotting out Dalvin Cook here and hoping we can recapture some of their youth.
Yeah.
These guys are still in their late prime. So you put them in a better situation, better quarterback, top wide receiver. You add in some young offensive linemen. You may get the best out of them for 1 year.
Let's get to it. With the 90th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Josiah Stewart, linebacker.
All right, this guy can
Michigan.
ball. So once again, let's see.
I'm just listening to Ian before there. He's saying that the consensus he's getting around the league is that the next quarterback to go to the Dylan Gabriel.
You said Dylan Gabriel's the next quarterback?
That's the consensus right now. That's going to be the next. He's going to be the next quarterback to go.
I would hate to be Mel Kiper right now.
You've got Cleveland in about 4 picks, so again, that's right.
And Mike, like you need to not Mike. Mike Poland. You need to find that tweet ASAP of that guy slating you about Shedeur Sanders.
Oh, there's about 4 or 5 of them that were trolling me.
So Mike, just to give you a bit of context, so Mike publicly said Shedeur could easily fall into the 3rd round. That's clearly happened, but he got absolutely berated on it on social.
You know nothing about football talk and all of this.
Are you going to spend the night replying to all of them and just reminding them what you said?
Yeah. It's like
what it should be. Oh crap! Hold on. Next pick's here.
% of the draft in the first
Where
45.
my Ravens flock at? Who's ready to fly? Let's go, Ravens!
Bugger
So,
off.
guys, with the 91st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select
Emory Jones Jr., tackle, Louisiana State.
Oh, they've drafted him as a tackle.
That's a good guy.
Man. Ravens they're just so simple but genius at the same time.
Yeah.
Like every pick. It's like
the Mike Green pick for them is perfect for them. It really is.
I don't know.
So
I mean, like we talked about last night, that the talent for Mike Green obviously amazing, but the off-field stuff is concerning, and especially with the Ravens already dealing with the Justin Tucker stuff. I was like, to bring that.
It fits the mold. It fits the mold, David.
AFC North sexual predators.
I mean, they did stand by Ray Lewis.
Oh Lord, you had to go there. Jeez. That's not PG.
Yeah, Bengals are sitting pretty, right?
Yeah.
All they've got is Vontez Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He only tried to kill someone.
Why have I got that Logan Paul song now? Like when he's doing that song against Antonio Brown, is I'm gonna knock you out like Fonte's Perfect. Oh God.
Fonte's Perfect, Arizona State, by the way.
Here's an interesting fact. On my board, Dallas have taken 3 players that are all in my top 50.
That's an
Yep.
A.
Yeah.
Oh, here, Seahawks
So
pick
what
his
did you
in.
like about Shador?
You what, sorry?
What didn't you like about Shador? I was just curious to see.
The off-field.
How much time do you have?
Everything about it's all off field.
Off field, right? Oh, not on field. It's all off field.
All
Yeah.
off field.
This is
There's some
so
on-field
good.
stats
This
you
is
could
a
argue
family call
about.
right here. With the 92nd pick of the 2025 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks have selected my nephew, quarterback, Alabama, Jalen
Wow.
It is Milrow.
Let's go to work, fam.
There we go.
Joe, sorry, what was that comment earlier
Which one?
Taysom Hill Jr.
about the quarterback for the Saints? Because the Saints did pick a quarterback. It was Tyler Schluck.
Yep.
Yeah.
They picked him in a second.
Yep.
Which was like, oh.
Hey, I gotta hop off, guys. But great chatting with y'all. I'm glad I got to see Milrow.
Just long enough to see him.
Just long enough. That's my cue.
Oh, it's good to see you again, David. Catch you later. You on tomorrow? Oh, he's gone. He's gone.
It's gone.
Oh well. Oh man. But here's a question. After our question. After our question. So, Mike, what would you feel if Damian Martinez landed at the Cowboys?
Oh, I would do cartwheels. I love Damian Martinez. I think he's underrated. He's never averaged less than 6.1 yards a carry. He's physical. He's just one of those guys where you look up and you're like, man, he got 100 yards. Didn't even know it. And I mean, he can make people get caught up in speed and get caught up in 40 times of people wearing shorts and sneakers. I mean, I saw him go for 70 yards, first play in a bowl game. So he's got enough speed, but he's physical. And I think that kind of running back, I talk about identity. That's what I'm saying is the Cowboys, if they're going to play, and it can be by committee, but they have to create an identity, a physical identity. The team's always considered soft, right? Everyone always says this team's soft. Punch them in the mouth and they're going to fold. Isn't that what San Francisco said before the playoffs? Green Bay said it. This team needs identity. And I like, the lineman pick. If you're going to do that, get some running backs. If that's your commitment, get some running backs that are going to be physical and set the tone. That's what he would do. He would do.
Yeah, and then this is where I think I'm actually really liking more about the Tyler Booker pick, because like even more so, like when you hear him going on that show where Michael Parsons was on, it's like I want to take the love of football away from people's eyes and stuff like that. Like I was like, oh my god, like I love that mentality.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, that's like Cooper Beebe last year saying that all he wanted to do was dirt people.
Yeah.
Knock him in the ground, that sort of thing. So I mean, that's what you want. Get it hard up front, and then your running backs can just coast behind all that.
Exactly, Lauren. And this is what I'm thinking. Like Martinez would be a really complimentary part if we're going for that really physical O line again. We've got the three Tylers, Cooper Beebe, and Terrence Steele. And
Terrence Steele is nasty now.
And let's not forget, like in terms of backups, you've got Hoffman, who was vastly improved, especially in that Giants game last year, who absolutely simmered down Dexter Lawrence during that game with mental warfare and all sorts. Like I loved that from Dexter Lawrence. Brock Hoffman. Sorry. But yeah, so and also you've got TJ Bass, who's still got some stuff to work on, obviously, but it's still a good valuable backup. So I think O-line we're in a good state, and also with the acquisitions that we brought in during free agency and stuff like that. I think we're pretty good at O-line now. And
don't forget Nathan Thomas either. He's really nasty. We just didn't get to see him because he got hurt last year.
Yeah,
he was known for being physical.
Asim Richards got playing time last year because of Tyler Guyton being injured or whatever was his issue that he was off the field. You had Asim Richards in, and he again towards the latter part of the season it was working for them.
Pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Jonas Sanker, defensive back, Virginia.
All
Yeah,
right.
that's a physical play.
DB still coming off the board.
Sanker.
When you see players drop the way that he's dropped, I'm just curious. Do you think these teams are all kind of like something's up? Why they do it? You know, is it going to turn it into?
Oh yeah,
They communicate. They're all.
Let's take Shador for example. Like from what we've heard, he's had one of the worst interviews according to NFL scouts ever.
Yeah.
Like that, and obviously he didn't participate in the combine pretty much, and again that's a red flag. And with the bravado with Dion in Colorado, and obviously when he was at GSU throwing former teammates under the bus, it's not good. And I said this years ago, is like people are going to pass up the Shador Sanders.
Yeah.
Like I need to find that tweet from, I think it was like 2 years ago. Actually, I tweeted that.
I mean, don't forget as well, even if it's not a big headline thing or whatever, the fact that you've had all of the sort of reality TV behind Dion and Jackson State and all that sort of stuff, there's little things that, it might not be headline grabbing, but there's little things that you can be watching on that, and scouts, anybody that's doing the background checks on these guys will pick up on something like that, and it could be a fairly tame comment or something like that, and you're suddenly going, wait a minute, take that way, and all this sort of stuff, and it adds to the sort of portfolio of reasons why you don't want to pick him.
Here's a crazy one I got told before by a couple of NFL scouts from when I was in the academy, is that they said, believe it or not, this is crazy. They were like, 90% of the pre-draft process is nothing to do with what, as fans, find important. The combine makes up for like very little of it. What we see on the field, they're like, tape means the big part, but they were like 90% of what teams will draft. So we as fans find it crazy. We go, why the hell did they reach for a player there that's like 60th on my board, but they've taken him in the first round here? Is because 90% of what they look at is the medicals and the interview. If they impress in those two factors, that's enough for them. They won't even watch the tape. They'll just be like, this guy, that let's do it.
Yeah.
And that makes up 90% of the process. The other 9% is the tape, and the 1% is the combine.
Wow.
Yeah. So I made a tweet on May 1st, 2024, and it was all down to the whole Xavier Smith hitting the transfer portal. And Shador went on Twitter saying, I don't even remember him, to be honest, bro. Had to be a very mid at best. A former teammate. And I was like, well, there goes Sanders draft stock. Stay off Twitter, man. GMs are going to be like, nope.
Here's one for you. Eric Galco, who runs the Shrine Bowl. He's actually talking about right now Siobhan Revel and saying this is the biggest steal of the draft so far. Said he got to work with him in the Shrine Bowl, got to talk with him, seen his leadership, his football IQ, and his determination. Said the dude is an elite player. That's what he's saying right now. I've just retweeted it.
I think going back to the Sanders thing, I think it's a lot of it's off field, isn't it? I think somebody was saying, I can't remember what analyst it was. Before his last game, it was a sure lock for top 5. In the space of his last game to now, he's completely fallen right through the draft. It's like you're saying, so it's obviously a lot of the process of interviewing and getting thoughts on what people think of him. Clearly hurting his stock, and I think Dion's not helping. But with the Rebel thing as well, there was all saying, well, if he would have been for the injury, he would have easily been the best the best DB all around in this draft. So it's an absolute steal. I like it. I called it earlier saying, is it now more the value of the pick is worth the risk, and the Cowboys could have thought that.
Yeah.
And the medicals apparently check out. So,
back to the Dion stuff quickly. Do you guys think that this may be a pattern going forward in the NIL era where quarterbacks like Nico Yamaleva, I know I probably butchered his last name.
Oh,
You
yeah,
see
yeah.
guys, they're being known more for off-field stuff, not bad stuff, just bad attitude type stuff.
Questionable. Yeah.
And now 2 years from now, he comes up in the draft and he was a top 3 player in high school, and now he's fallen to the 3rd, 4th round. Is that going to be a trend?
Are you a Vols fan, being from Tennessee?
Ole Miss. I went to Ole Miss.
Oh, my, okay. My bad. I didn't mean to.
Lambo was a Vols fan.
Yeah. There's a big diss by asking you that. If
No, you didn't mention Mississippi State, so we're good.
Yeah. Because I mean,
just to jump in, Dylan Gabriel's just gone off the board to Cleveland.
Yeah.
Why?
Wow.
I mean, with the NIL, it depends. If you've been promised something when you've come out of high school, and because there was somebody at the beginning of this year, I think, where they've been promised something with the NIL and it's not happened. But where with the Volunteers QB, I mean, and I wouldn't try and butcher his name.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's how I was just talking about.
That's him effectively saying, no, I want. It might as well be a holdout because he was wanting, more money. That's a bad sign. But where you've been sort of promised something by the college or whatever, that's I think you've got fair chance with that. But
NIL is going to be, I think, both it's going to be both a blessing.
It's a blessing and a curse. Yeah.
It's gonna help, but also kill things.
Is some of that though? Is some of that the media blowing smoke everywhere just because of the reports? He apparently held out for $4 million, but he's gone to UCLA and UCLA have given him 1.5, and he's come out and said it was the program on it, and he wasn't confident in where it was going. So,
sorry, I am missing announcing picks here. I do apologize. I was just trying to get my tweet reposted there. Okay, so here's the Patriots pick.
Personality-wise, is almost more important than their play on the field, and we're starting to see that right now.
Here's the Pats' 95th overall selection.
What's going on, Wisco?
Wisco.
Oh yeah, with the 95th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The 6-time Super Bowl champion, New England Patriots select Jarrett Wilson, center, Georgia.
Oh, this is so perfect.
Here's one for you, Mike. So the 33rd team, I quite like them. They kind of can be hit and miss, but they're fine. Siobhan Revel was their 15th ranked prospect on their board. I think that's a little bit overly high. But what I do like is the pro comp, Richard Sherman.
Wow. Yeah.
Yep.
We'll take that.
Mike, Mike, I've actually tagged you on Twitter of the tweet I did to Shadur Sanders of a screenshot of it, so you guys can see it exactly what it was, what he did. So it's obviously that stuff will come back to haunt him pretty much.
Oh, I got my coppers Antonio Cromai.
I can see that.
Yeah,
I can see that more. I can see that more than Sherman, actually.
Yeah.
Because he's more athletic.
Yeah.
So we've got Philadelphia is the last of the true third round picks, and then we're into
what?
Sweet touch of sea from one of the boys. It's like breaking news: Deion Sanders' new favorite son is now Shiloh.
My oldest doesn't like my posture. My youngest.
What's up, ATL? I see you. Real quick, I want to introduce my son, Jonah. I appreciate you being here with me tonight, buddy. We got a trade.
Oh.
The Philadelphia Eagles have traded the 96th pick to the Atlanta Falcons.
Okay.
And with the 96th pick in the 2025 draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Xavier Watts, DB, Notre Dame.
Hey, good pick.
Yeah.
Interestingly, Voch Lombardi said that Revel was 18th on his board.
Yeah,
I'm not so sure about that.
That's a nice pick for Atlanta. I like that.
Voch was raving about him on the Cowboys draft shows when he was on. So I'm not surprised he had him that high.
I hate to jinx it, but we're what 1, 2, 3, 6 picks away. Still no more running backs. So
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying.
Still a long list of backs.
I think
you've done it now. You've done it now.
I think the start of day 3 is where you'll see it. The start of day 3, and I think that might be when Dallas kind of get a bit twitchy, but they have plenty of draft capital to play around with if they do want to come out.
Yep, totally.
Yeah. If they see a run, they can make a move if they
7
want
draft picks. 7 draft picks. To play with.
We've got another trade. Houston have moved in.
Yeah.
Okay. Any more good offensive linemen left? Or any more Iowa State receivers left?
Texans. Got so much gratitude and love for all the NFL fans and all the Texas fans that come out and traveled up here. And the two biggest Texans and football fans I know back at home, my sons, Henry and Benjamin. I love you boys, and I'm proud of you guys. With that being said, we have a trade. The Minnesota Vikings have traded the 97th pick to the Houston Texans. And with the 97th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Jalen Smith, defensive back, Southern California.
Jalen. Not that.
Not our Jalen, huh?
Not our one.
He's not injured, is he?
Oh, God.
What number is he going to wear? Number
Clear
9.
eye view, mate. Clear eye view.
Hey, wide receiver question for you guys.
Yes.
Lambeau loves Dante Thornton from Tennessee. What do you guys think about him? Just curious. I couldn't leave the show without asking about him because Lambeau loves him.
I'll be honest, I haven't looked too much into him, if I'm being honest.
Big freak receiver, 6'4", 4'3". Not a lot of stats, but I mean, he's a get off the bus guy. One of those guys that just stands out.
As soon as you said freak, it stands out. But that's the kind of guy you want on the outside, isn't it? To cause DB some problems and think about how they're going to cover him. I'd be up for it.
Okay. What about Isaiah Bond then? Does he go undrafted, or would you take a shot in the 5th with one of those picks?
It's the off field. I know, obviously. I know that they're sitting there going, yeah, okay, there's not much there. It's still like there's just you still have risk.
Yeah.
For me, Dante Thornton, I've got him as wide receiver 26, 221 on my board.
He's a traits guy, 100%.
Yeah,
He's a this year's sort of Simi Fehoko type thing where realistically he only runs the 9 route.
Yeah.
Marquez Valdez-Scantling, I got him as.
Yeah, doesn't have the skills to sort of or needs to improve his route tree.
Yeah. What about? I'm just going through receivers because I know it's a spot we're looking at. We all know running backs. We can all spout those off. The receiver from Stanford, Eumanor.
Yes,
he's still available.
And I like him a lot.
I'm shocked he's still available.
Yeah,
but a lot of people had him in the top, in the top 50.
Well, I mean, PFF have got him ranked as number 35 on their big board.
Yeah, he's 49 on mine.
Yeah, I had him in the 60s. I just love the running back group though, so it puts a lot of guys back.
Good catcher, very strong Elick. I like him a lot. I've got him here as a day 2 guy, drafted with like a 3rd round grade. His issue I've got here is one is blocking, and the other one is consistency. It can waver from game to game.
Oh, Mike, question for you: are you going to be attending the Thanksgiving game this year?
Me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't. I got to see when the schedule, see who they're playing. I probably might because it might be my last opportunity to go to a Thanksgiving Day game.
Because
My kids are, going to college and doing all this stuff, so they're probably coming home for Thanksgiving. So last opportunity to do it.
Yeah,
But,
because all of us were doing the whole big giant UK Cowboys fans takeover.
oh, then I'll be there. I'll make it a point. If you guys are there, I'm gonna make it happen. There's no doubt about it. So I hope it's. Who do you think it's going to be? Do you think they're going to do the?
I think it's going to be one of the AFC teams.
That's what I was thinking. When they do AFC, which would be
Chiefs.
Could they possibly do the Chiefs on Thanksgiving?
I think it may be Raiders. I don't know.
Well, what would be better than the Battle of Dallas? I mean, obviously, Chiefs used to be
the original
Texans,
Dallas Texans.
And you've got you've got the little bit of the owner's trophy of the birdhouse that
Yeah.
The Hunt family and the Jones family have this birdhouse that sits in the winner owns it until the next time they play. So.
Because it's either that or the Chargers if you're going AFC, right? Don't they play the Chargers there? Too? Then yeah. Now, do you double dip? You do the because it's usually a Thursday, isn't it? Don't they usually?
Yeah. Here's the Raiders pick. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
One is currently.
Let's go, Raider Nation!
Shut up.
Every meaningful opportunity I had in my life came because of the Raiders, and I'm very thankful. Many great franchises and many great players, but I'm very thankful for what the Raiders did for me as a player, as an assistant coach, even as a sideline reporter. And I'm thrilled for the opportunity this young man's going to have. At the Raiders, we say, once a Raider, always a Raider. And this man's going to have a great career. With the 98th pick in the NFL 2025 draft, the Raiders, the Las Vegas Raiders, select Caleb Rogers, guard from Texas Tech. Let's.
That's an
I'm not going to lie. With how he was boasting on that, I thought that was going to be the QB. I thought that was going to be Sanders.
I know the way he was saying it.
Yeah. Well, Raiders do have the next pick.
The next pick, yeah, they do.
Do you think they would do this draft across the pond ever?
Nah, no way.
No.
Yeah, the time difference is too much.
Yeah.
Hey, they can
It's the same reason, everybody's saying, "Oh, we'll have a Super Bowl." I think Roger Goodell sort of said, "Oh, you'll have a Super Bowl over here,"
Not happening.
and it's not happening.
Logistically, it makes no sense.
Yeah.
Could the Cowboys be playing the Jets over there? That was the other rumor. Have you guys heard anything about the Cowboys possibly going over there?
No, we've not heard a peep. The strongest known I know is once the new Mexico has been reestablished for the international series, the Cowboys will be hosting the home game for their part of the cycle of the international series. So it will be a home game for the Cowboys in Mexico. I know that for a fact. And it makes perfect sense.
The only one I've seen about it was Clarence Hill. Clarence Hill put something out on the 1st of April, and it would have been up to the 12 o'clock time for you guys. That it was probably taking was probably an April Fool, saying that we were playing in London against the Jets.
2025 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Charles Grant, tackle.
Wow, that is a great pickup. Charles Grant at the nearly end of the first.
This is a really, really athletic.
Mind there was a lot of talk of Charles Grant being early second round, remember?
So that's back-to-back tackles for them as well.
Yeah.
Or back-to-back offensive line. That's.
I mean, who's the Raiders QB right now?
Who's the what? They just signed Geno Smith.
They signed Geno, yeah.
Geno Smith.
That's right. Yeah.
Traded for him.
So they've got Jackson Powers Johnson. They've just picked up Charles Grant, and they picked up another tackle with that previous pick there. So
Caleb Rogers,
yeah.
They still got Colton Miller too. They drafted him in the first round a couple years ago.
And they've got Brock Bowers in the offense, and they've got Ashton Genty.
Didn't they just draft another receiver in the slot? Beck.
Yeah,
Jack Beck from TCU.
And here's another one, Mike. I'm going to help you feel a little bit better on Tyler Booker if you're not so sure on him.
I'm better on it, but I'm better. But go ahead. Pump me up.
Okay, I'll pump you up. I'll make you kick the door down for this one. That so he became the starting left guard for Alabama in 2023. Jalen Milroe becomes the starting quarterback at the same time. In that time, Milroe goes on to score 32 rushing touchdowns.
Wow.
Bear in mind, it's not all. Bear in mind, it's not all because of like.
No.
But he played a part. He played a massive part in that.
Especially when I put the video up of it, and a lot of the runs are directly behind Booker.
Here's what I need you guys to do. Hold on. I'm waiting to put a nice spot for this. When is my man Restrepo going to get drafted? And where the
good show. Yeah.
You know, when is he?
We were talking about this actually. We were talking about Restrepo earlier. Like it's like Restrepo may not be the quickest guy, but in terms of like creating space and separation, it's exactly what you're looking for.
He's always open and he catches
exactly.
Yeah.
Like if Cowboys went in that direction, I'd be really happy. It helps Dak Prescott. It helps spread the field for CD Lamb if that's the case.
Mm-hmm.
So
Miami had quite an interesting year last year. It was very different to what you used to. You know, like, and I'm not dissing you on nothing being Hurricanes or whatever, but like it with Miami, it always used to be like they look really, really good, and then it becomes inconsistent and shaky, like it can't hold itself under its own weight. Last year they were solid. I was like, oh wow, I'm glad we're not facing them this year.
They had a little bit of Dallas Cowboy in them, which they had no defense and they got shredded, and that was really, you know, the Achilles heel, and you just kind of saw it. It was if the offense kind of sputtered, if the offense wasn't scoring 50 points, then they were losing, and that was the unfortunate part. Because Cam Ward, that was a talented team, but they didn't deserve to go to the playoffs because of the way they lost the last couple games. It just can't happen. That defense was terrible. But
because you lose to Syracuse.
Yeah, and they were up 21-0, I think.
Wow.
In the first quarter, and they lost. And you can't do that. But I love that Syracuse quarterback, and I love those.
Yeah.
No, he was chucking it up to those guys, and the thing with Miami is it's just tough because a lot of people think Miami's this big university, and they've got all. It's a private school. It's 9,000 enrollment. Florida is like 60-something thousand. UCF is 60,000. So it's just a smaller school, and so they don't have the fan base that they're not filling up the Swamp, or they're not filling up Tennessee, or you see all these SEC teams. They just don't have.
But you think Miami's battling it out? Florida. Florida A&M. You think of all those teams that are in there that are trying to battle for whatever they, you throw in South Florida. You know what I mean?
The Niners.
Here's the Niners.
With the 100th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Upton Stout, defensive
Wow.
Western Kentucky.
Upton Stout's a good player. Start out North Texas.
We talked about him quite a lot with J-Tuck, actually.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
You don't think Philly would take Shedeur, would you?
They don't have a backup right now, I don't think.
They really don't.
Yeah.
Well, they've traded away their third round pick, so they're not on the board.
It says they're pick 101, or is that in fourth round? Is this the last pick?
It's just been traded to Denver.
Yeah, it's just been traded.
Yeah.
Oh, you're ahead of me. Okay. All right.
Which is kind of weird. We're in the UK and we're getting a quicker feed than you.
Yeah, the picks were right, but I don't know why. Yeah, I guess they trade. Oh, yeah, trade alert. Yep, I just saw it. Okay. I know Denver ain't taking it. So
I will say I like Charles Grant mind. I know that was a couple picks back. I I like that pick a lot.
Didn't the Eagles trade back into the third? They didn't trade away, did they? I thought they traded back in.
No, they traded out by the looks of it.
Okay.
But they traded out earlier as well.
Yeah.
So they traded with the Falcons about 6 picks ago as well. So
You know, I just realized something. Were there any defensive tackles drafted in this round other than
Alfred
I remember
Collins.
Alexander started the draft off.
Alfred Collins.
Alfred Collins.
Yeah.
Those are the only two defensive tackles, right?
No, T.G. Sanders.
Oh, Sanders went off the board.
Jamali Caldwell.
Think Broncos.
Find out
There's the Broncos.
who they trade back.
Darius Alexander.
The Philadelphia Eagles have traded the 101st pick to the Denver Broncos. With the 101st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Savion Jones, defensive end, LSU.
Braden Swinson's still available.
Okay. What they did to overcome that.
You want to talk about defensive tackles, though, for Dallas? Deion Walker from Kentucky.
Yes.
I thought he was leaving this round. I'm shocked.
Yeah. He's still there, and I think that's going to be it.
You know what? He could be this Minnesota pick next. He could be.
Ooh. If he can last there and he gets to the Cowboys' first pick of the day, I don't mind Indiana CJ West either.
I don't either. I was just about to bring him up.
From Indiana?
Yeah, he's exactly what the Cowboys are after in a defensive tackle.
So this is the last pick of the night, guys, and it's Minnesota. So I think it's safe to say Shedeur is now a day 3 guy.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's
definitely
great.
that was definitely not on the bingo card, but I did kind of predict it a little bit. So did you, Mike?
Yeah. Well, I got it wrong. I said it was going to be round 3.
Oh, Mike, shame on you. You don't know anything about football.
At this rate, I need to learn up a bit. At this rate, Shiloh's going to go before him.
Yeah, wouldn't that be fun?
Oh, that would be hilarious.
Yeah, I don't know what feed you guys are watching, but when Denver picked, this just blows my mind. A guy was wearing full Denver character gear, and he had a chain on with Dallas sucks big sign. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man, it's not just America's team; it's the world's team, baby.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Oh, there we go.
I'm Wisconsin. Hello, everybody, and big special hello to my Viking fans. Can I get a skull, Vikings? Yeah.
No.
Get used to it.
Oh boy, Stu needs to read the room, huh?
Yeah.
That warms our hearts. With the 102nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Tashar Felton, wide receiver, Maryland.
Yeah.
Skull Vikings.
Nice.
Well, there we have it. That is the end of the third round.
I truly believe, based on this, now what they've done is they think Jonathan Mingo is their wide receiver 2. They are going all in on that idea.
Yeah,
that's what this says to me. Because any wide receiver you take right now is just mixed in with all the other wide receiver 3 and wide receiver 4s Dallas has. There's nobody there available now that's going to over. There's not this guy that you're like, oh, he's going to overtake. You're just wasting a pick at this stage.
Yep. And it kind of solidifies like we're in a much better position now in terms of getting one of these other running backs now. And I still think we do need to draft a running back. Like
100%.
Like I mentioned, Devin Neal's available, Martinez is available, Scatterbo is available. There's so many options that can be a good RB1 even within a committee. So I think there's a lot of good options there. So tomorrow it's going to be a really busy draft because we've got 7 picks.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we wait.
Well, I hope
we literally wait for hours for the first pick, and then after that, we're off.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say hours. I wouldn't say hours.
A long wait.
I would just say this with you guys: if you believe Mingo is number 2, then the Dallas Cowboys need to draft this guy to be their inside receiver. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, if that's what they're going to do, you get him as your wide receiver 3, I'd be pretty happy. I'd be pretty happy with that.
Yeah.
That
I agree, mate. I still think we do need to draft a wide receiver to mix it up a little bit, even if it's a different style of wide receiver.
Yeah,
I want to see linebacker. I want linebacker. At this
yes, like Kobe Kane, Danny Strutzman from Oklahoma, something like that. Like, you know, that makes so much sense because we don't know the condition of the Marvin Overshawn. When is he going to be ready? I know he says he will be ready, but doctors will tell him otherwise. Like, we don't have Kendricks coming back, so yeah, we're a bit thin at linebacker in some regard.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Should we get this out of there? Anyway, before we do, when we'll close down the show, everybody give me your overall grade for day 2.
I'm gonna give it a A-.
That's what I've given it. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah,
Let's go round.
Jamie?
I've got B+. Just because I banged on the Rebel thing, but just because he's still got a bit of an injury knock.
Yeah.
I mean, if the Rebel thing works out and he stays injury free, then great, fantastic. It fixes a lot of edges, but it's just a lingering thing more than anything. Like we know he's talented. We know he really did have like a good, like potentially first round grade on him. A lot of people had him like in the top 20 at one point.
Yeah.
So
value wise, I would certainly say it's an A-. I mean, you got 2 guys that you know, again, as Dave said earlier, you know, you were talking about Ezerike at 12. You wouldn't have been throwing a pen at that if we'd gone with that. Ravel, the injury concerns, but I mean, if you know, any one of these picks could go and injure themselves stepping onto the practice field or something. So, and just because you've had injuries in college doesn't mean you're going to have them in the pros. So
that's true.
Yeah.
I mean, then again, let's take Jalen Smith, for example. Got injured in college, but never really got injured that much during the pros.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, Mike, give me your grade.
I give it an A. I love EZ. That was an A+ for me for sure.
Yeah.
I feel a little bit better about the corner now that I know I mean, it's bad that he hurt towards ACL, but he tore it week 2, week 3. So that means we should get to see him for most of the first season. So it won't be a lost season for him. And like Lauren said, these injuries, you never know. He could come back and never get hurt again. So if he doesn't, we got 2 first-round caliber players in day 2.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'd say an A too, just because I picked one of them in my mock draft, so I got to give it an A. Otherwise, I look like an idiot. I mean, for the value, you know, where they were rated, I think it's great. It makes me feel better because, again, my draft was about playmakers. I don't really know, you know, they didn't address that yet. Maybe they will, hopefully, in the last day. But you can't argue with what they got. I mean, talent-wise, it's definitely an A. Talent-wise, we'll see how it is on the field.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. All right, then. Well, go on, Marcus.
I was just going to say, when Dallas didn't take a receiver in the first round, I was already they're giving Mingo the X spot.
Yeah.
I do expect to see us bring in a veteran though. I don't know who it's going to be. Trade, free agent. There's going to be one that comes in.
I would bring back Amari Cooper. I would.
Yeah. It means I get to break the jersey back out. So
yeah,
there you go. There you go.
Won't be a throwback anymore.
Hashtag bring back 19.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So we will be back tomorrow. We will be on 10 minutes before the draft goes live. So make sure to join us. Thank you to all 11,000 people who are joining us right now on the stream. You've all been you are the MVPs of the show. As well as the guests. The guests are also the MVPs of the show.
Yeah, I still can't believe we've got nearly 11,000 people watching us on X. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is what it is. But we are going to get out of here. Here in the UK, it's coming up to 4:30 in the morning, so we are going to go hit the hay. Get some much needed sleep.
Yeah, it's 4 a.m. Well, nearly 4:30 a.m. here.
Can I do a shameless plug before we go?
Go, go for it, man.
Since I have an audience of 11,000 watching, if you guys get a chance, go find me on YouTube at Bluff City Cowboys, Facebook Bluff City Cowboys. Hit that subscribe button, help me get my subscribers up. My podcast, the Fifth Quarter Podcast, powered by the DC4L Network. We come on live every Wednesday night, 8:30 Central Standard Time. If you liked a little bit of what I talked about tonight, feel free to come find me and listen to more.
Yeah,
and Mike,
you do it, bro.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, man. Thank you, you guys.
Where can they find you though? Make sure people can find you. Where do they find you?
Find me on Twitter, mtag1993, Cowboys Cave YouTube channel. I'm gonna be bringing a hype. We're getting this thing rolling again. We took a little break last year, but the hype will be coming back. So we're gonna be doing it.
Let's go.
I can't wait to drop a hype video with you guys on Thanksgiving. We're gonna get this thing going, and hopefully I'll see you guys soon, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep. Awesome.
All right, well, guys, that's closing it out. I started with the first word, so all these guys are going to get the last word on the show. Have a good one. Enjoy checking out all the information that's coming out on these day 2 picks. And take it away, guys. Let's get out of here.
Get some rest, fellas.
Oh, certainly will. Yeah. But as usual for me, it's Dallas forever, Philly for never.
Yeah, have a good night, guys. See you in about 12 hours' time.
Thanks to the guys for joining us. Let's hope for some running backs tomorrow.